A deafening noise shattered the main character's unconscious state. As his heavy eyelids fluttered open, the very first sight was a blazing inferno. Squinting through the heat, he recognized a roaring bonfire, surrounded by a wild, celebrating crowd. Assuming it was merely a lively campsite, he eagerly wanted in. Then, the mouth-watering scent of roasted lamb drifted over, fueling his desire to join the feast of food and beautiful women. However, the exact moment he attempted to dash forward, he crashed into the dirt. Thick ropes bound his limbs. Total confusion washed over him. Why was he a prisoner? Suddenly, a glowing system screen materialized. It displayed a grim mission. Survive for 12 brutal hours while being hunted by ancient primitive hunters. Chen watched the menacing men circle the flames, questioning their origin and desperately trying to recall a specific girl's location. He frantically shouted that this was a mistake, but as the savage figures loomed closer, Chen's memories finally unlocked. The scene flashed back 12 hours earlier on a completely desolate, sun-scorched island where Chen drank desperately from a river. He questioned his fate just yesterday. He was happily shopping with Sister Jiang. Yet now, after a brief nap, he awoke stranded on this unknown island. Was this divine punishment? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto men and a boy playing. Assuming it was mere cosplay, shock gripped him when the wild child attacked with a stick. He sprinted away, begging them to drop the act, convinced they were just filming a movie. But the deadly reality set in. In seconds, Chen gained distance from the primitive tribe. He was confident that no mere mortal could ever outpace his trained runner speed. However, his arrogance shattered when the primitive hunters aggressively launched a lethal assault, hurling heavy spears. Suddenly, a glowing holographic screen materialized before him, revealing an ultimate main mission. Shock coursed through him. What was this? A system? Had he crossed into another dimension? Sprinting for his life, a spear struck him hard, plunging his world into absolute darkness. He eventually woke up. The scene then shifted back to the present timeline. Chen's system confirmed he had miraculously survived and conquered the mission. A glorious reward awaited him for his triumph, a beginner survival package and one precious attribute point. He realized this operated like a game system. Had he been dragged into a virtual world? Eagerly, Chen opened the survival package and discovered the formidable split mountain axe. He also instantly mastered wild survival and basic medicine. Thanks to these system upgrades, he could now perfectly comprehend the primitive tribe's language. A realization struck him. This was an untamed world where civilization had not yet blossomed. Everything remained in primal infancy. He deduced the ultimate objective was to survive this savage realm and forge a new civilization. Could this system elevate him to a grand ruler, or perhaps even a god? He commanded the system to pour his attribute points into raw strength and quickly equipped the split mountain axe. Instantly, explosive power surged through his veins, allowing him to effortlessly snap his thick bindings. However, Chen was immediately spotted by primitive warriors, Stone Bone and Langu. Enraged, Stone Bone ordered the tribe to seize Chen and block his escape. The two warriors cornered him, declaring his doom. Overflowing with bold confidence, Chen roared back, questioning how dare they insult their god. Stonebone scoffed, knowing no deities. Observing Langu, Chen sensed he was the true leader. He proclaimed his heavenly descent, destined to rule them all. Since they dared to mock his divine presence, he must deliver punishment. Ignited by sheer fury, Stonebone charged at Chen to strike. Suddenly, the system flashed a new mission: intimidate the tribe, crush their spirits, and seize leadership. A grim warning followed. The brutal penalty for failure meant losing the split mountain axe. Tension gripped Chen. Without this mighty weapon, he highly doubted his survival in this brutal era. Fiercely determined to win, Chen firmly stood his ground and blocked Stonebone's heavy blow, but the impact fractured the earth below. Witnessing the sheer power of Stonebone's assault, Chen felt astounded by primitive human strength. However, his own body had undergone divine enhancement. He was far from weak. Unleashing his full might, Chen violently pushed back. Shockingly, his swing sliced Stonebone's weapon in half. Everyone in the swing, primitive camp froze at Chen's overwhelming strength. Yet, a dark premonition washed over Chen. He suddenly felt a resonant, deep, sinking feeling. Stonebone roared furiously, commanding the whole tribe to launch a massive charge. Utterly stunned, Chen began. Retreating. Where was the honorable duel? Now, an entire savage mob was ruthlessly swarming a 24-year-old guy. A young hunter lunged, but Chen evaded and launched a swift counter. Blazing with fury, Chen warned them to stop, threatening to drag 5 warriors to hell with him before falling. He demanded space, fully realizing that if this mob of wild barbarians swarmed him at once, he would perish in seconds. Yet, to Chen's absolute shock, every single barbarian panicked, screaming and fleeing in terror. What just happened? Suddenly, a bright system prompt revealed he had triggered a sudden side mission to protect the primitive tribe by driving away a ferocious saber-toothed tiger had automatically triggered. Chen was utterly confused upon accepting it. However, his bewilderment instantly shattered when he realized a massive saber-tooth was standing right behind him. Panic seized his senses, and he sprinted for his life. The beast pursued him relentlessly, attacking as he fled. Chen gritted his teeth, wondering why everything wanted to devour him. Why would the system issue such a suicidal quest? He knew that just a single bite from this savage predator could tear half his body away. Suddenly, vicious claws slashed into his flesh, sending waves of agonizing pain through him. He realized that a head-on clash meant certain death. Forcing his panic down, he knew he had to think strategically. Spotting smoke from a nearby campfire, a realization struck him. Like most wild beasts, saber-toothed tigers instinctively feared the flames. Chen formulated a desperate plan to exploit this weakness. Turning around, he boldly challenged the ferocious beast to strike. As the monster lunged head-on, Chen slid downward to dodge. But to his absolute horror, the agile predator adapted instantly. It used his body as a springboard to leap. Utterly stunned, Chen sprinted away, swearing off action movie logic forever. Left with no choice, he bolted toward the roaring bonfire, using heavy foliage and terrain as cover to survive. Dodging death by mere inches, Chen reached the flames. He desperately snatched up a burning branch, swinging it to intimidate the menacing beast. To his immense relief, the predator recoiled in terror. Gaining false confidence, Chen taunted the beast to fight, though inwardly, he prayed it would retreat. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed through the woods. His blood ran absolutely cold. Was an even bigger monster approaching? A terrifying, earth-shattering roar tore through the air, shocking both him and the beast. The saber-tooth stiffened in sheer panic before fleeing for its life. Astonished, Chen wondered what nightmare could terrify an apex predator. As it vanished, he pondered his next move. Right then, a system notification chimed, announcing the impossible mission was successfully completed. He was rewarded with 2 precious attribute points. But hearing that monstrous roar again, Chen smartly decided to evacuate immediately. Prioritizing his absolute survival, he opened his status window. He commanded the system to distribute 1 point to strength and 1 to agility. With his newly enhanced speed, he dashed back toward the primitive tribe. He felt a massive surge in his physical capabilities. Seeing him return alive, Stonebone was utterly flabbergasted, demanding to know how he avoided being eaten by that monstrous saber-tooth. Smirking arrogantly, Chen boasted that the fearsome beast was nothing more than a harmless little kitty to him. He claimed he easily defeated it, making it cower in fear. Chen smiled inwardly, hoping this epic bluff would make the primitive people worship him. Suddenly, a new system mission dropped. Assist the tribe in constructing their very own homes. Establish a proper tribe, and raise the population to 50 within 18 days. Chen calculated the numbers and realized there were only 15 people in total, including the children. To reach 50 members, he knew he would have to aggressively assimilate neighboring tribes into his own. Night eventually fell, and the camp grew silent. However, Chen tossed and turned, completely sleepless because a gnawing hunger consumed him. He decided to sneak out and forage. He was shocked to see the primitives were so recklessly brave that they slept without a single night guard. But another fierce stomach growl forced him to immediately prioritize his survival. He suddenly recalled the mouth-watering roasted lamb from earlier, but anxiety gripped his heart. Venturing into the dark woods felt like a death wish. If an apex saber-tooth was terrified away, an unimaginably terrifying horror was definitely lurking nearby. Swallowing his fear, Chen prayed he wouldn't cross paths with that unknown leviathan. He had to secure food, no matter the deadly risk. So, gripping his trusty axe tightly, he crept toward the location of the roasted lamb. A short time later, moving like a shadow, Chen arrived at the spot. He advanced with extreme caution, his senses on high alert for danger. As he crept closer, his eyes widened at the sight of other captured prey animals nearby. As the new leader, his priority was the tribe's survival. He quickly gathered up all the available meat. But on his journey back, a chilling sensation washed over him, right before he plummeted into a massive crater. Furious, he cursed whoever dug a trap in the dark. But as his eyes adjusted, cold dread consumed his soul. This wasn't a man-made hole. It was a gigantic, earth-crushing footprint, left by a colossal monster, perhaps a prehistoric dinosaur. A dark realization hit him. After facing that saber-tooth, he should have known. This wasn't just a savage wasteland. He had been thrown into a prehistoric nightmare era, ruled by history's most terrifying apex predators. A surge of urgency hit him. He had to secure an impenetrable shelter for his tribe before dawn broke. Time was rapidly running out. The very next morning, absolute chaos erupted as the primitives brawled over the gathered meat. Frustrated, Chen roared, demanding they stop fighting like mindless beasts. He realized with a heavy sigh that his new tribe lacked even the most basic understanding of civilization, rationing, or basic manners. The burden of teaching them everything fell on his shoulders. Stepping up as leader, Chen authoritatively declared that, from now on, the bravest hunters who risked their lives would eat first. Nodding in agreement, Stonebone added that they usually rotated. Yesterday, An and Hanger led the hunt. Today, Luang, Hiju, Jia, and Langguo take their turn for the brood upcoming hunt. Stonebone declared that everyone wished to follow their king, and the tribe eagerly agreed. Chen, however, noticed Sam, the boy who attacked him yesterday. Sensing the young warrior's lingering fear, he worried the boy held a grudge. To unite his people, Chen knew he had to lift the kid's spirits, so Chen proudly announced that anyone could join his quest. His goal was to find the perfect land to build a true home. Hearing this, a girl named Mia stepped forward, asking what a home was. Chen gently explained. It was a sanctuary, where they would live as one. Like sturdy tree roots, it would protect and nourish both their current and future family. Overjoyed, Mia hugged Chen, asking to live with her king. Smiling warmly, Chen promised that they would all become one massive family. Mia's eyes sparkled with pure excitement, declaring the king would live with her and have children. Stonebone then asked Chen about the location to build this new home. Gathering his tribe, Chen detailed his vision. An open plain with mountains in the Watho, north and flowing rivers south. This setup would provide endless drinking water, vital crop farming, sturdy stone, and abundant firewood. It would form a natural fortress, drastically reducing the deadly risk of monster attacks. He also noted they could gather enough seeds and timber to build their Offa, glorious new village. Chen realized a seaside settlement would be perfect, as the rich river delta offered fertile soil and a chance to conquer the vast ocean later. Suddenly, Sam spoke up, claiming he knew exactly at Vaslos where this perfect land was. Thrilled, Chen quickly asked the young boy to lead the way. Sam warned that while it was close, they must avoid it. A fearsome herd of cows ruled that territory, and they were incredibly dangerous. Confused, Chen wondered why mere cows sparked fear when they offered rich meat and valuable resources. With burning resolve, Chen declared the herd their next prey, ordering everyone to prepare for the journey east toward their new home. The scene shifted as Sam guided the fierce hunting party to the destination. Sam promised the path was safe, allowing them to advance freely. Chen urged them forward, assuring the tribe that the terrifying saber-toothed tiger was gone. If the beast dared return, he would slay it. Sam explained that the mountain summit would reveal the cowherd's gathering spot. Upon reaching the rocky peak, Sam frantically whispered for everyone to hide. The herd was just below. Chen scanned for other beasts, beyond the massive herd. Suddenly, the salty scent of the sea hit him. Opening his system map, he rejoiced at the perfect city-building terrain. Out of nowhere, Sam forcefully yanked him down, gesturing wildly for total silence to avoid alerting the herd. Checking his system manual, Chen discovered the surrounding zone housed 3 plants and 2 beasts. The flora featured green sunflower grass, mighty dragon wine, and the giant Tsubaki, while gray squirrels and deadly pincer wasps roamed nearby. Finding zero system data on the actual cow herd, Chen demanded their exact location. Sam pointed to a dense forest near the winding river bend, offering to guide them closer. 30 minutes later, they crept into the dark woods. Sam issued a grim warning. Moving further would definitely alert the beasts. Surrounded by eerie silence, Chen felt confused. Why was the boy so terrified of a simple cow? Suddenly, his system radar shifted. A chilling tension gripped his heart as he braced for a colossal monster ambush. To his brief relief, the scan revealed only a single beast lurking nearby. Chen asked if Sam had remembered the location wrong. Before Sam could answer, a massive tree began to move. Sam screamed for Chen to look up. His blood ran cold at the sight of the nightmare above. Checking the system, the terrifying truth appeared: an iron-black horned cow. Trembling, Stonebone asked if they were truly hunting it, cowering behind cover. Sweating profusely, Chen confirmed the plan. He ordered them to set an ambush while he scouted the beast. The tribe watched in awe of his bravery. Yet, safely hidden behind a tree, Chen wept, cursing his fate. Refusing to let his tribe perish, he knew his only hope was his high agility attribute. Looking closer, he saw the monster's front legs were larger than his entire body. Desperate, he sought the smallest cow. Trying to play it cool, Chen attempted a greeting, but the beast's eyes flared with rage, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, the entire herd charged. Chen frantically swam across the wide river, screaming for his life as the monsters pursued. Meanwhile, the tribe misunderstood, thinking Chen bravely. To protect them, he provoked the entire herd. As they debated, Chen leaped without hesitation. Straight off the ridge, he landed perfectly. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath him. What was happening? Looking down, he realized a massive beast had crashed into the mountain, unable to halt its momentum. A brilliant strategy sparked in Chen's mind to defeat them all. He noticed these massive creatures could not scale such steep heights. Trapped with the beasts waiting below, Chen analyzed his next move. Descending into that aggressive stampede was certain death. Left with zero options, Chen had to climb higher. He scaled the cliffside, and the summit's view left him absolutely stunned. It was the perfect domain he had envisioned. Here, he would forge an absolute empire. A thrilling surge of triumph confirmed his legendary journey had truly begun. Meanwhile, Sam watched the terrifying herd suddenly retreat. Confusion struck him. Why were they pulling back? And where was their mighty king? Stonebone feared their leader was crushed beneath the stampede. He scaled a tall tree, intending to retrieve Chen's fallen axe. But the moment his foot met the bark whoosh, Chen's heavy axe sliced through the air, embedding into the trunk beside him. Stonebone froze in shock. Chen smirked, praising his absolute audacity for assuming his death. Sam and the tribe exhaled in profound relief. Seeing Chen alive, Stonebone nervously asked about the monster's terrifying strength. Chen calmly declared he would use their meat to temper his physique. He offered them a taste of this supreme nourishment. Trembling, Stonebone and Sam immediately refused, knowing they were completely outmatched. Even if victorious, they wouldn't dare eat it. Chen's gaze darkened with fierce authority, demanding if they were deaf to his commands. He ordered a simple answer to his question. Terrified by his overwhelming aura, the tribe instantly submitted, agreeing to feast on the beasts. Chen revealed his grand design. He would teach them the sacred art of weapon forging and lethal hunting tactics. Their mission was set. In 3 days, they would slaughter the herd. Later, Chen unleashed a devastating single slash, cleanly splitting a massive tree in half. The warriors gasped at his monstrous strength. Yet Stonebone stepped forward, questioning why he destroyed a tree that bore no food. Chen smiled sharply. This timber would become their instruments of death. He ordered total focus as he demonstrated the ancient forging process. He flawlessly carved deadly spears from mere wooden branches. During the process, Chen sensed a powerful technology attribute awakening within him. This crafting bonus surged through his hands. Stepping up, Chen displayed the spear's true lethal potential, preparing to unleash a flawless throw. He launched it with terrifying force. The tribesmen watched in pure awe. They had gathered branches for ages, totally blind to this lethal potential. Thrilled by this overwhelming power, their hunting instincts ignited. Everyone begged to wield these new weapons. Chen ordered Stonebone to step up first. While Stonebone gripped the spear and trained fiercely, Chen rapidly forged an entire arsenal. Within mere hours, the entire tribe was armed. As they mastered their thrusts, Chen smiled and raised the stakes. He challenged Luang and He Xiao to face him in direct combat. The duo roared, launching a ferocious joint assault. But Chen moved like a phantom, effortlessly evading their heavy strikes before launching his counterattack. With lightning speed, he instantly knocked He Xiao unconscious. Enraged, Luang pushed harder, managing to draw a single drop of blood. The crowd stood paralyzed in shock. Chen coldly warned Luang that if he had used the spear's lethal edge, his life would be over. Luang yelled that their king possessed godly might, making him utterly invincible. Chen calmly corrected them. Their failure came from relying purely on mindless brute strength. They lacked true martial technique. He stressed that the spear's absolute advantage lay in its piercing tip. They must channel intent into that razor edge. They had to aim flawlessly to pierce their targets. Shifting tactics, Chen commanded them to master throwing first. He quickly erected a distant wooden mark. He ordered them to strike it from afar. One by one, the warriors hurled their weapons, but every single spear missed miserably. Chen sighed, wondering if this tribe lacked true combat talent. Had he overestimated their potential? But in that split second of doubt, a shadow cut the air. Bam! A spear pierced the target dead center. Chen's eyes widened in sheer surprise, while the entire tribe gasped at this impossible precision. Chen whipped around to find Hangshare standing silently in the dust. With a sharp gaze, Chen asked if he had unleashed that flawless strike. Hangshare simply asked if he had claimed victory. Smiling, Chen confirmed his triumph, rewarding him with 2 elite spears. Suddenly, a scout sprinted forward. A terrifying beast was charging straight at their camp. Chen roared for the warriors to take up arms, but internally, a thrilling smirk crossed his face. This was the perfect bloody crucible to forge their battle experience. Trees shattered as a colossal monster erupted from the forest, unleashing a deafening roar. Facing overwhelming odds, Chen boldly launched himself directly at the monster. He roared with absolute confidence that this beast would be tonight's grand feast. The brutal clash ignited. Chen commanded absolute obedience, ordering his warriors to encircle the massive predator and hold their ground until his signal. Chen charged forward, striking with precision that crippled the monster's explosive speed. Seizing the opening, he roared for Stonebone and Hangshare to attack. They hurled their spears from the monster's blind spot. Driven into a raging frenzy, the beast fiercely shoved Chen back, completely shattering his weapon. Disarmed, Chen knew death was inches away. But before he could react, Hangshare unleashed another devastating throw, aiming straight for the creature's gaping jaws. A flawless strike. Chen admired his precision. Emboldened, the tribe unleashed a relentless storm of spears upon the furious monster. Meanwhile, Sam watched safely from the high branches. Overwhelmed by the brutal barrage, the beast attempted a desperate escape, but Chen violently blocked its path. He ordered Sam to strike. Sam launched at the beast, driving his spear into its skull. The monster grew, enraged, triggering its berserk mode. Everyone froze as the frenzied creature unleashed its fury. Sam was trapped. Clinging to his spear, he braced himself. Chen charged the monster, leaping high to deliver a devastating axe strike. Then, a massive blast erupted, burying the field in thick smoke. The tribe held their breath for their king. As the Preeply smoke faded, Chen silenced their cries, joking if they were chanting for the dead. With a proud smile, he honored their bravery and declared a grand feast for the night. The tribe erupted into joyful cheers. Chen commended Sam's flawless execution. He then turned to Hanger, crowning him the ultimate hero of this hunt. He vowed Hanger would fight by his side from now on, promising to forge him powerful new weapons to wield. Later, the dust settled. Stonebone proudly boasted to the others, exaggerating his epic role in helping Chen slay the beast. Mia strolled past with prime meat. Stonebone shamelessly demanded a bite, but Mia fiercely refused. This feast was meant solely for their king. She presented it to Chen. Confused, he asked if they truly ate raw flesh. Mia tilted her head, seeing no issue. Chen recalled their past, noting they once used flames to cook their meals. Mia's eyes darkened. They had lost the sacred embers from the last fire source, leaving them no choice but to consume it raw. Chen realized the truth. Fire was the absolute spark of human civilization. It was the key to warding off nightmares, building a secure sanctuary, and forging a better future. To elevate his primitive tribe, he resolved to grant them the miracle of flames. Chen immediately rallied his people to witness the birth of fire. Grabbing a shattered spear, he pressed it firmly against a wooden block to spark an ember. He guided them to pack dry shavings and soft fluff into the hollow trunk, spinning the shaft wildly to ignite a blazing spark. As the flames danced, the entire tribe stood utterly mesmerized. They worshipped Chen's miracle, Stonebone roared, declaring their king conquered the flames, urging all to witness it. But Chen snapped, grabbing him fiercely to demand silence. Surviving here required absolute secrecy. Chen secured a reward of 10 technology points. He realized harvesting these mystical points was an easy task. Though their true power was a mystery, deep inspection revealed a hidden truth. These points held the key to unlocking ancestral relics, costing 10 points per revelation. As Chen calculated his newfound potential, Sam approached with urgent news. While butchering the prey, he had uncovered distinct signs of nursing on the fallen beast. Convinced that cubs lurked in the shadows, he scouted the perimeter and actually tracked them down. Suddenly, a prompt flashed. A side quest appeared. Capture and tame the beast cubs. The system urged him to accept this destiny. Chen ordered Mia and Sam to strike together and retrieve the scattered cubs. He warned them to tread lightly and keep the targets unharmed for perfect capture. Mia gripped Sam's hand, dashing swiftly toward the hidden nest. Chen planned to forge a beast pen before their return. He commanded Stonebone to report back after eating, preparing a heavy task for him. As dusk fell, Stonebone hauled a massive load of wooden timber. He grumbled to his comrades, questioning their king's grand design. Arriving at the tribal den, Stonebone witnessed the tribe weaving a strange creation. Baffled, he demanded answers from Hanger. Hanger proudly revealed the king's invention, grass ropes, vastly superior to fragile vines. He eagerly explained the sacred technique, smoothing raw straw and twisting it into unbreakable cords. Stonebone groaned in frustration, completely lost by the complex craft. Chen ordered Stonebone to stop staring and deliver the heavy timber at once. He commanded the tribe to seize the wood and bind it with the new ropes. Their mission was to forge at least 5 sturdy wooden frames. Chen then directed them to plant these structures into the pits he had carved out. Next, they bound the pillars together, constructing an impenetrable fortress, shielding the roof with thick layers of straw. The moment the sanctuary was complete, the tribe stormed inside, fiercely brawling as everyone fought to claim this paradise and bear the king's heirs. Chen panicked, shouting that this pen wasn't built for humans. Just then, Sam and Mia arrived with the untamed cubs. Chen ordered them sealed inside the fortress. Hearing this, Stonebone rushed forward, weeping in utter disbelief. He dropped to his knees, begging the king. How could such a glorious palace be wasted on mere beasts? An clung to Chen's arm, echoing the plea, crying out their desperate desire to dwell within those walls. Stonebone wept, dreaming of a sanctuary to embrace their mighty king. Stunned, he fiercely pushed them away, refusing to cuddle with grown men. He declared he didn't care if they wanted to live in the pigsty, but once proper houses were built, neither would get a spot. An was stunned by this threat. He quickly suggested that if a better nest existed, he wouldn't mind moving elsewhere. Chen could just let Stonebone take the pigsty. However, Stonebone fiercely refused the offer too. Chen then ordered Sam to herd every boar into the pen. Hangshir approached, questioning why they needed to feed these wild beasts if they were just meat. Chen countered, asking if they wanted an endless supply of food, without ever hunting again. Hangshir's eyes lit up with a resounding yes. Chen explained that breeding the cubs to multiply would secure their tribe's survival. Suddenly, the system granted Chen his reward for completing the beast-taming quest. Opening the supply chest, he discovered a packet of salt and unlocked hidden recipes for fried eggplant, stir-fried peanuts, fried eggs, roast lamb, and clams. Utterly baffled by these culinary rewards, Chen wondered if the system wanted him to become a chef. Given their primitive technology, his system hinted that mastering these dishes would unlock special powers. Intrigued by the recipes, Chen decided to give cooking a try. Late that night, while the camp slept, Chen and Sam stayed awake. Chen praised Sam's relentless dedication. Sam humbly replied that he had burdened his king during his capture. He truly believed it was his absolute duty to endure such grueling hardships. Chen laughed, pulling him into a brotherly embrace, reassuring him that all was forgiven. He then pressed Sam for intel on any neighboring tribes. Sam revealed that they had indeed encountered a few scattered factions, but they were deeply hostile and physically bizarre. Chen ordered Sam to share their exact coordinates. Sam disclosed the existence of 3 local factions: the Coconut, Grove Clan, the Bay Clan, and the terrifying Giant Stone Clan. He warned that they were stationed far away, demanding a full day and night of relentless travel to reach. Chen demanded a full tactical breakdown of each enemy camp. Sam reported the Coconut Grove Clan held around 30 to 40 peaceful members, highly skilled in first oxit, long-distance travel, led by a fiercely formidable woman. He then detailed the Bay Clan, a group that also boasted 30 to 40 terrifying warriors. Sam warned that the Bay Clan was utterly chaotic, constantly engaging in bloody internal power struggles. Finally, Sam whispered of the Giant Stone Clan, an absolute powerhouse boasting the largest army. They claimed the southwestern mountain peak, only descending to unleash their might during rare excursions. Rumor had it, their leader wielded legendary divine power, capable of crushing a ferocious tiger with his bare hands. Analyzing this vital intel, Chen calculated that the Coconut Grove clan would be the perfect first target for assimilation. He reasoned that since the other brutal factions were full of volatile threats, a peaceful conquest was their best tactical move. Suddenly, sensing a presence lurking behind him, Chen spun around. Mia threw her arms around him, softly asking why he was awake, tempting him to do something thrilling in the dark. Stiffening up, Chen immediately rejected her. Pouting, Mia dropped into a strange pose, asking if she resembled a cute kitten. Panic set in. Chen grabbed Sam's hand and bolted away, making a frantic excuse that Sam desperately needed his help, promising to talk later. Left behind, Mia felt a sting of sadness. The scene cut to dawn. Chen and Sam crouched in ambush near the crashing waves, waiting for the savage Bay Clan. The targets finally appeared on the beach, hunting a dodo bird. A smirk crossed Chen's face, relieved his all-night vigil wasn't wasted. But then, absolute chaos erupted. The chaotic Bay Clan warriors began brawling amongst themselves over the prey. Witnessing this, Chen plotted to absorb their ranks, desperate to boost his army and secure vital resources. Like the dodo birds, Sam nervously warned that their tiny force was dwarfed by the Bay Clan, making a direct clash. Sheer suicide. Chen's eyes sharpened. With elite weapons, victory was possible. But to forge those, they first had to annihilate the wild cow herd. The spoils would allow them to craft incredibly devastating weapons, heavy equipment. Marching back to base, the tribe erupted into cheers upon Chen's safe return. Stonebone confessed. They feared their king had abandoned them forever. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chen apologized for the panic and declared the real work was just beginning. He ordered Stonebone to master spear throwing, commanding Hangshare to take absolute charge of their combat training. Chen gave him exactly 1 day to forge them into lethal warriors. Suddenly, Mia appeared, offering a soft leaf, praising its comfort for bathroom breaks. Completely caught off guard, Chen replied that he needed. Mia gathered the women to collect rocks to help sharpen the wooden spears. The scene then shifted later. Mia and the ladies returned, carrying stones in their hands. She quickly asked if these rocks were suitable. Chen nodded. He explained they must grind the stones against a whetstone until they form a sharp tell's edge. Then, bind the stone to a wooden shaft with rope to forge a crude, wooden stone axe. The women marveled at this. However, Chen was furious to receive only 1 reward point. He ordered them to follow his instructions and present their work. Mia proudly asked Chen to inspect her newly crafted weapon. To his surprise, Mia had forged a dual-edged axe. He praised her skill, making her beam with joy. Suddenly, Chen unlocked a hidden feature: talent discovery. Scanning Mia, his system revealed her innate talent for tool building. Noticing Chen's intense gaze, Mia blushed and shyly asked why he was staring. Ignoring her, Chen commanded the women to forge as many spears and axes as possible. Through effort, they crafted 30 spears and axes. Chen praised Mia as she forged more than half of the weapons. Suddenly, he saw her hands were injured from grinding stones. Seeing Chen's concern, Mia blushed deeply. The other women gathered, teasingly asking if Chen cared for them as well. Flustered, Chen denied it, but as they crowded him, he swiftly fled the scene. He loudly declared that work was over and everyone should rest. Chen then approached the men's training grounds, where a heavy wooden log suddenly flew at him. He narrowly dodged, realizing this was part of the tribe's combat training. Hangsher taught them well. Chen asked Hanger about their progress. Hanger reported the warriors had grown strong, striking targets with ease. Chen's talent discovery screen showed that Hangu was a throwing master. Hangu shared that Luang possessed raw strength but poor timing. He could only unleash his true power with stone bone. Hanger added that Langu was the first to master the technique. But the greatest surprise was the deadly synergy of Yellowstone and Wolfbone Hammer. Average alone, their teamwork was flawless. They hurled 4 spears in tandem, scoring the highest. Thrilled, Chen knew they were ready to annihilate the Black Bulls. Stonebone stepped forward, asking if Chen was absolutely certain. Chen confirmed it, but to ensure victory, they needed the secret weapon. Hangshar was startled and asked about this hidden trump card. Chen revealed eerie black leaves. He ordered everyone to memorize their shape and harvest as many as possible. He delivered a grim warning. Do not touch the leaves with open wounds. They contained a potent, natural paralyzing toxin. Time passed, and night fell. Chen hollowed out a rock to forge a mortar. Mia arrived with the newly crafted spears and questioned the stone pit's purpose. Chen explained it was a mortar, promising she would soon witness its power. He ordered her to gather the women and crush the black leaves inside the mortar using a stone club. Once pulverized, they must coat the spear tips with the toxic paste. Luton asked if the men could assist with the crushing. Chen ordered the warriors to rest, for their strength was vital for the bloody hunt at dawn. Later, Chen sat quietly, seasoning and eating his roasted meat. Suddenly, Mia tossed a coated spear his way, signaling the deadly venom was ready. Chen stood up. He commanded the women to remain behind to protect their home and children. He rallied the warriors to march to the mountain. Spirits soared as they readied their weapons, eager to slaughter the monsters. Time passed, and the tribe finally reached the mountain's peak. Agun looked at the others, anxious about their king acting as the sole bait. The danger was overwhelming. But Stonebone scoffed, declaring their king's power was absolute. He faced no peril. Sam urgently commanded everyone to prepare. Movement rippled near the river. Stonebone ordered Mia and the women to perfectly time the passing of the spears. Sam could not run out of ammo. Their king was gambling his life, and they could not fail him. 10 minutes earlier, Chen prowled stealthily near the resting herd of black bulls. He plotted to retreat to Stone Mountain, but choosing caution, he decided to lure a solitary target first. He struck a smaller bull with a stone, boldly declaring himself the leader. He roared a fierce challenge. Provoked, the beast erupted in sheer fury, and suddenly, 3 massive bulls charged. The stampede ambushed Chen. Sprinting ahead, he roared for Stonebone to target the leading black bull. Stonebone quickly commanded the squad. They hurled their spears in perfect unison. The devastating strike pierced the beasts. Seizing this opening, Sam launched spears right at the bulls' necks. The beasts crashed into the mountain, and Chen leaped for a higher ledge, but his grip failed. Just as he fell, Stonebone managed to snatch his hand and pull him from the brink. Chen ordered a ruthless strike on the dazed beasts. The squad unleashed their fury. Stonebone took charge, fiercely commanding the strikes. Watching him, Chen noticed his true leadership qualities and realized why he was so masterful at directing the squad. He knew Stonebone was a rare talent worth molding into a formidable commander. Stonebone then reported that the beasts were losing their fury. Chen smiled, relieved to see the tranquilizer acting so swiftly. Suddenly, Sam screamed in sheer terror. The rest of the herd was already charging, right at them. Chen was stunned by their overwhelming speed. He commanded his trembling squad to hold their ground, reassuring them that this chaos was still within his design. They merely had to crush the 3 weakened bulls below and cut off their retreat. The black bulls tried to flee, but their steps were sluggish. Seeing this opening, Chen knew the poison had taken hold. He ordered the squad to target the beasts' legs and fully cut off their escape. Stonebone roared for another volley of spears. With a deafening crash, all 3 massive beasts collapsed onto the fertile, blood-stained earth. Chen ordered a ceasefire, but Stonebone warned him against mercy. They desperately needed to execute these 3 before the main herd struck. Chen quickly asked for a weapon count. Mia nervously replied that they had 28 spears left. Chen ordered Sam to scout the incoming stampede. Sam shouted back that there were nearly 20 bulls approaching. Chen explained the halt. Their limited arsenal meant no spears could be wasted. Hanger asked if halting meant their brutal fight against the 3 black bulls was in vain. With a sharp gaze, Chen firmly denied it. This was his true strategy. He never planned to clash with the entire monstrous herd using a mere handful of warriors. From the very start, his ultimate target was the Alpha. Once the mighty leader fell, the Alpha, the rest of the savage herd would shatter and retreat. But to draw out the boss, they required live bait. That was why Chen had to keep these black bulls breathing. He confessed his initial design only required a single beast as bait, but subduing the extra 2 had severely drained their weaponry. Suddenly, Sam unleashed a blood-curdling scream. He spotted the Alpha, a colossal, nightmarish behemoth. The legendary bull boss unleashed a heaven-shaking roar, and the entire herd charged madly toward the mountain, intent on ramming the stone. Initially, Chen's squad thought the beasts had lost their minds. But Chen quickly saw the boss's true, terrifying plan. A chilling realization hit them. The very mountain was crumbling beneath them. Chen roared for a frantic retreat to cover. Tragically, Mia tripped as the earth shattered beneath her feet. Without a second thought, Chen threw himself into the falling debris, bellowing for Aeon to follow. Hao Xiao and Lengu leaped into the dust to assist. With their backs to the wall, it was time for a life-or-death battle. Hiju Jaya frantically asked Agun for orders, questioning if they should dive into the stampede. Agun strictly warned against suicide, urging them to await Chen's command. Meanwhile, Chen gritted his teeth, realizing the Alpha had completely read his trap. The monstrous beast's intellect was terrifying. Stonebone ordered the remaining clifftop warriors to descend and protect their leader. But Chen roared furiously, halting their advance. He demanded they rain spears from the high ground. The ultimate clash erupted as everyone engaged the beasts. Chen swung his axe, while the squad used spears and stone blades. Through flawless teamwork, they unleashed a storm of coordinated strikes, wounding countless beasts. Seizing the momentum, Stonebone rallied the vanguard and urged the cliffside archers to unleash their spears. As several bulls crashed to the dirt, the entire herd abruptly halted. The Alpha let out a commanding grunt. To Chen's utter shock, the stampede retreated. Chen realized the terrifying truth. The herd was falling back because the Alpha was stepping onto the battlefield. Suddenly, rain poured from the sky. The behemoth advanced, drew a massive breath, and exhaled blazing hellfire. Panic struck Chen's eyes. He roared for the squad to scatter and evade. The inferno's devastating impact carved a scorched crater into the mountain, instantly forging a path to the peak. Witnessing this apocalyptic power, the tribes trembled in sheer horror. Was it a sonic blast or a demonic roar? The overwhelming aura shattered their fighting spirit. Instantly, seeing their despair, Chen ordered An to evacuate Mia northward. He alone would bait the demonic Alpha. Drawing the beast's gaze, he ordered Stonebone to wait. He declared to the bull boss that he would, to be its opponent. The clash began head-on. Chen tried to block the beast, but the bull boss easily threw Chen aside. Chen planned to use the crater left by the monster's attack, but the bull boss ruthlessly chased him, slamming into the mountain with a massive explosion. The others froze in terror, fearing their leader was dead. Still, they chose to stand their ground and fight with blazing resolve. Suddenly, Chen's axe swung and struck the bull boss on the head. Chen was alive. He had survived by hiding in the newly shattered crater. Chen mocked the beast, thanking it for sparing his life. Yet, deep down, he knew his injuries were critically severe. Seeing Chen survive, the tribe breathed a sigh of relief. But Chen roared at Stonebone to prepare and wait for his signal. The brutal fight waged on. An and Hiju Xiao tried to distract the bull boss so Chen could strike. From the shadows, a gun bravely leaped at the monster but was slashed by its horn. Chen swiftly intervened, attacking the beast's face to free a gun from its deadly grip. The bull boss unleashed a roaring wave of flames, but everyone managed to dodge. Chen fiercely retaliated, landing a devastating blow that sliced right into the bull boss's tough hide. He roared at Stonebone and Sam to hurl their spears at the fresh wound. Their precise strikes hit the mark, causing the massive beast to stumble and crash down. The tribe wondered if it was over, beginning to celebrate their victory. However, Chen remained on edge. The remaining herd of bulls just stood there, refusing to attack even though their leader had fallen. Suddenly, the bull boss rose from the dead and charged at Chen, blasting a furious torrent of flames. Stone, Bone, and Hiju Xiao watched in sheer horror. Chen was gripped by panic, realizing he had fatally dropped his guard. The bull boss ripped the spear from its flesh and violently hurled it at him. Injured and unable to evade, Chen faced his doom. But to his absolute shock, Mia dashed into the path of danger, taking the deadly spear strike herself. Chen froze, memories of Mia flashing before his eyes. Instantly, an overwhelming tide of pure, explosive rage erupted within his soul. Ignoring his system's overload warnings, Chen lunged at the beast with blazing fury. He fiercely slashed the bull boss, from head to toe, with absolute power. Astonishingly, his devastating strike cleaved the massive bull boss entirely in half. Drenched in blood and wrath, Chen roared at the remaining herd. He challenged them all, daring any beast that wished to die to step forward. The monsters exchanged fearful glances. As Chen took a single step, their morale shattered, and they fled. The tension faded, but the system flashed a lethal warning. Without warning, Chen coughed up a pool of blood and slowly began to faint. The tribe rushed over. Right before his vision faded to black, he looked at Mia and ordered them to apply hematic ointment. The scene shifts to several days later. Inside a quiet pigsty, Chen slowly woke up from his deep slumber. Blinking against the light, he saw Ayu standing nearby. Confused, Chen asked if this was the pigsty he had previously built. Ayu shook her head. She explained that after the bulls were chased off, they relocated here, and this shelter was built solely for him. She urged him to rest while she fetched the others. However, Chen stopped Ayu, asking her to hear about Mia and Longu Chui first. Ayu gently replied that Longu Chui was found clinging to his last breath, yet he miraculously recovered. Since waking up, Longu Chui had stood guard outside Chen's door. Ayu then solemnly shared that Mia's wounds were far more severe. Thankfully, with the king's divine medicine, she simply needed deep rest to make a full recovery. The rest of the tribe was entirely unharmed. A wave of profound relief washed over Chen. Ayu smiled, agreeing that everyone's condition had stabilized over the last 4 days. Chen froze in pure shock, frantically asking what she meant by 4 days. Checking the system interface, the grim reality hit him. 4 days had vanished, leaving him a mere 11 days to clear the mission. Ayu watched in absolute confusion, noticing how their king often spaced out, staring deeply into the void. Chen forced himself up but failed. Ayu begged him to rest, but he stubbornly insisted he was fine and ordered her to summon Stonebone at once. Nodding, she sprinted outside. Chen grimly realized that without any combat, strength, or deterrence, exposed secrets would cause their absolute ruin. Now that they had relocated to a totally new zone, they desperately needed a defensive fence. Later, it must be upgraded into thick wooden walls for ultimate security. When Stonebone finally arrived, Chen commanded him to stay outside and listen. Stonebone obeyed, and Chen quietly whispered a deep secret meant only for his ears. With fierce loyalty, Stonebone marched off to execute his new orders. Chen knew this wasn't enough. They couldn't afford to repeat their past tragic mistakes. He absolutely had to ensure their survival was totally foolproof. Turning his gaze, Chen assigned a critical mission to Langu Chu. Intrigued, Langu asked him to explain. Chen ordered Langu to harvest the Black Bull King's bones and hides, keeping the pelts as flawless as possible. To Langu's absolute shock, Chen lent him his personal weapon. After the others departed, Ao urged Chen to rest. However, Chen refused. He needed to speak with her. He called her inside to talk in absolute secrecy, far from prying eyes. Once inside, Chen revealed he had dismissed the others to entrust her with a critical mission. Hearing this, Ao agreed immediately. She began undressing, entirely misjudging Chen's intentions. She thought he wanted a romantic encounter. Seeing this grave misunderstanding, Chen stiffened. He shouted at Ao to get dressed. Realizing her massive blunder, Ao flushed red with shame. Chen then clarified his true plan. He needed her to stage an act. He was sending an envoy to the Coconut Grove clan. The goal was to force the Coconut Grove clan to submit to his absolute command. Ao tensed, questioning if the Coconut Grove clan, with their overwhelming numbers, would ever bow down. Chen replied that this was exactly why they must. Project Absolute Dominance. They had to force the clan's immediate surrender. Chen outlined 2 key reasons for choosing Au. First, a female leader ruled their tribe. As a woman, Au could bridge the gap perfectly. Second, only she knew his dark secret. His explosive attack had inflicted catastrophic damage on his own body. The ointment stalled the decay, but he desperately needed profound healing. Ao smirked, asking if they planned to terrify the Coconut Grove clan with a massive bluff. She confidently assured Chen she would handle it. He could rest, and to leave the fate of this mission to her. Sometime later, Sam and Au marched toward the territory of the Coconut Grove clan. Sam warned Au that although the clan despised war, he strongly believed they should not provoke the sleeping giant just yet. She nodded in understanding as they forged ahead. Upon arriving at their destination, Sam revealed a hidden spring. The women of the Coconut Grove clan were bathing. Sam then locked eyes on Lisa, the leader of the Coconut Grove clan. She was their primary target. Amidst their plotting, they were suddenly ambushed by warriors of the Coconut Grove clan. The scene shifted forward. Both Ao and Sam were dragged before Lisa, the sovereign of the Coconut Grove clan. The guards reported that they had captured Au and Sam lurking in the shadows, claiming to be envoys seeking an audience. Sam roared that they were no mere trespassers. They were royal ambassadors, crowned by their king. Lisa simply sneered, mocking them ruthlessly. She mocked Au for living like a slave, claiming these men were nothing but fish food for the coming days. She ordered her guards to drag Sam away. Fury blazing, Au shouted that she expected the Coconut Grove queen to be a visionary. Clearly, she was dead wrong. Au coldly declared that the mountain of meat they intended to gift would now fall to the Bay clan instead. Lisa halted her guards, letting Au finish her words. Lisa narrowed her eyes. Had she just mentioned a mountain of meat? Au smirked and confirmed. She revealed it was an entire herd of massive black bulls slaughtered near the northern river. Intrigued, Lisa asked if Au sought an alliance with the Coconut Grove clan to hunt this terrifying herd. Au burst into laughter. She warned Lisa not to look down on them. They had already annihilated the black bull herd. That riverside territory was already their absolute domain. Hearing this, the Coconut Grove women gasped in absolute disbelief. They whispered that Au was lying, shivering as they remembered how their clan was nearly crushed to death by that exact herd. Lisa rose to her feet, asking Au if she understood the gruesome fate of those who dared lie to her. Au stood her ground, proudly declaring that even the largest of the black bulls was obliterated by their king. She challenged Lisa to come and witness the truth herself. When a guard tried to warn Lisa, Au laughed, brushing off their cowardice. She boldly claimed that if their king desired it, he could effortlessly crush the entire Coconut Grove clan into dust. Sam backed her up, swearing they came not for war, but with tribute. They came to deliver their king's royal invitation. He demanded to know why their sincerity was questioned. Au then fiercely added that, if the queen lacked the spine to go herself, she could send a lackey to fetch the meat. Witnessing Au's fiery resolve, Lisa stiffened with caution. Still, she warned Au that there would be hell to pay if this was a trap. Sometime later, Au and Sam triumphantly returned with Lisa's royal entourage. Sam announced their arrival. Immediately, Stonebone barked at Sam to quiet down and get back to constructing the houses. Hearing this bizarre word, a clan girl whispered, wondering what these houses even were. Au formally presented the Coconut Grove clan to Chen. The moment Lisa laid eyes on Chen, she froze in pure terror. An overwhelming aura of death radiated from him. It felt like standing before a primordial beast. Draped in ancient beast hides, Chen commended Au for a flawless execution. Witnessing his overwhelming aura and commanding tone, Lisa tensed up. Suddenly, a rustle echoed from the brush. It was Mia, Longu, and An lurking within. Chen had ordered the wounded to conceal their presence entirely, avoiding detection. An confessed he simply craved a glimpse of the Coconut Grove queen. Chen then formally thanked Lisa and her warriors for honoring his summons and crossing into their territory. A girl, from Lisa's ranks, demanded the promised flesh with blazing eyes. Chen maintained his absolute calm, stating it awaited nearby. They could harvest whatever they could carry. Arriving at the site, they befried two Madagascars, froze before a towering mountain of flesh. Heijin and Luong were carving the beast. A grove girl stepped up to claim her share, but they warned of its iron-like toughness. Striking it with her tool, her stick shattered upon impact. Witnessing this, Luong and Heijin roared with laughter. Furious, she snapped at their mockery, claiming they only survived the bulls by sheer luck. Rage ignited in Heijin, daring her to clash blades. Suddenly, Chen's axe cleaved the earth. The devastating impact left the grove, warriors paralyzed with dread. He had hurled it to sever their dispute. Trembling, Lisa questioned the origin of this divine weapon. It eclipsed their ironwood and bone blades entirely. Chen commanded her to wield his Pongu axe for the harvest. Heijin bitterly questioned why they aided those who dared to provoke their wrath. Chen barked a strict command for obedience. Gritting his teeth, Heijin complied, muttering about their luck. Chen assured Lisa a peaceful harvest, vowing that his word remained an unbreakable law. Overwhelmed, Lisa asked how he crushed the horned titans. Chen mysteriously replied that destiny would reveal the truth, through alliance or conflict. He then dismissed the queen, urging her to take the spoils and depart. Lisa scoffed at his icy demeanor. Yet internally, Chen was sweating, realizing his fierce display had pushed his limits. His savage wound, barely bound by beast leather, was on the verge of tearing open. Fresh crimson began to seep through. Panic flickered in his mind, but Awu swiftly diverted Lisa's gaze, buying Chen a crucial second to conceal the blood. Awu boldly offered to share their mighty armaments. However, Lisa coldly rejected the proposal, claiming such crude power did not suit her tribe. She warned Chen of their own hidden arsenal, praying they would never cross blades in the future. Commanding her warriors to gather the spoils, Lisa initiated their retreat. Awu reminded them to arrive earlier next time, lest rival clans claim the bounty. Marching back into the Stoth wilderness, Lisa demanded an espionage report. From the shadows, her concealed scouts materialized. Kneeling before their queen, they delivered their findings. Lisa had secretly planted eyes in the dark to uncover the truth. Maya revealed a shocking sight. The men were constructing a massive dwelling, holding captive boars within. Bestial growls echoed out. Lisa's eyes widened in absolute shock, disbelieving that Chen mastered such architectural feats. But Maya's next revelation was truly earth-shattering. Chen's tribe wielded the ultimate power of the fire god. Lisa gasped in denial, deeming it impossible. Maya swore they conjured flames from nothingness to scorch their meat. She hesitated, trembling. Lisa ruthlessly demanded the rest of the truth. Maya confessed that Chen's mighty force barely exceeded 10 souls, burdened with elders and children. She suspected this grand illusion was a trap to mask their weakness. Enraged, Lisa demanded why they failed to breach the perimeter. Maya cried out that the cleared forest left no cover. Approaching meant instant death, forcing them to watch from the distant shadows. With a chilling nod, Lisa suddenly unleashed her whip upon them. She roared a brutal warning. If they dared return with excuses again, death would be a mercy. Bleeding, Maya bowed deeply, praising her queen's mercy. Back at the camp, a heavy silence fell. Chen finally exhaled. Awu approached, her eyes filled with concern for his state. Chen admitted the brutal clash had drained his life force. Recognizing her silver tongue, he praised her wit. Awu then teased, asking if she surpassed the Grove Queen in his heart. Sweating, Chen told her to drop the illusions, ordering her to summon his hidden brothers from the shadows. He desperately needed to heal his wounds. That Langu would guard the gates until he fully healed. Awu simply nodded, and then mentioned how incredibly cool Chen looked. Hearing this, Chen blushed in deep embarrassment. Suddenly, Sam arrived, praising Chen's brilliant mind. The Coconut Grove clan had indeed planted hidden scouts around their camp, exactly as Chen predicted. Chen then asked about his secret mission. Sam confirmed it was perfectly executed. The enemy clan only saw the illusion Chen crafted, remaining blind to their true secrets. Chen praised Sam's flawless execution. Beaming with pride, Sam humbly brushed it off, stating he was now heading out to help Stonebone construct their shelter. As Sam dashed off, Awu asked if the enemy clan would truly surrender voluntarily. Chen stated it was too early to celebrate. Their grand scheme was only half complete. He planned to execute the final phase the next time the Coconut Grove clan dared to step into their territory. Retreating to his shed, Chen checked his supplies. With only 11 days remaining, his time to heal was running dangerously short. He commanded the system to open his inventory, only to find a single packet of salt and one last drop of healing ointment. Suddenly, the system revealed his simple axe had evolved into the legendary Axe of Pangu. Shocked, Chen wondered when this divine upgrade occurred. Panic gripped him, realizing he carelessly handed it to Langu earlier. Checking his status screen, he saw the weapons activation condition, blood sacrifice. The realization hit him it must have awakened when he bled during battle. The description warned that using the creating the world ability required absolute, perfect timing. He pondered if his other ordinary weapons possessed similar hidden divine traits. However, he quickly brushed the thought aside. Each artifact surely demanded unique activation rights. Chen left it to fate. Reviewing his meager inventory, he stared at his last healing ointment. There was only enough for one use. Chen vowed to save it for a life-or-death crisis. Until then, he would rely on his mighty axe to hunt beasts. The meat he traded to the enemy would only last them too. With time ticking down, he needed Sam's agility. He immediately ordered Langu to summon the scout. Moments later, Sam rushed in. King Chen asked if he remembered the massive black bulls they previously chased away. He gave Sam exactly 2 days to track them down and report back. Burning with determination, Sam bolted into the wild, swearing to find the beasts swiftly. Meanwhile, watching his loyal comrades work, Chen felt deeply moved by their tireless efforts. He decided to forge special gifts for his clan. As Sam scoured the preface, Forest for the Bulls, Chen tirelessly crafted. 2 days later, he checked the system interface, realizing only 9 days remained to clear the quest. His crafting also rewarded him with technical points for forging: stone spearheads, a bone whistle, and a bullhorn flask. The whistle was destined for Stone Bone, granting him absolute command over their hunting formations. The lethal stone spearheads would drastically amplify their combat power, ensuring victory if war broke out with their rivals. Finally, the sturdy bullhorn flask belonged to Sam. Suddenly, Ao burst in with thrilling news: their new shelters were finally complete. Chen stepped out to inspect their handiwork. Upon arriving, a beaming Stonebone proudly showcased their new fortress. Stonebone roared with excitement, asking if it looked epic. Though secretly unimpressed, Chen offered a supportive nod of approval. The clan erupted in pure joy. They would never have to huddle in miserable cages or scavenge for branches again. Despite the festive mood, Chen felt slightly troubled. Regardless, Stonebone eagerly installed the final straw door, completing their stronghold. Instantly, the system rewarded Chen with 10 technical points. Gazing across his domain, Chen marveled at the tribe's breathtaking transformation. Once mere savages surviving like wild beasts in the dirt, they were now evolving. He witnessed the undeniable spark of growing intelligence burning within their eyes. Chen suspected this miraculous, accelerated evolution was purely the work of his divine system. Shaking off his thoughts, he ordered his warriors to alert him the moment Sam returned. Back in his shed, a sudden shout shattered the silence. Sam had found the targets. Chen loudly praised his scout, announcing to everyone that the final phase of their master plan would now begin. Commanding everyone to follow, he pulled Stonebone aside for a crucial private strategy briefing. Minutes later, Chen detailed his tactics, asking for any final questions. Gripped by tension, Stonebone nervously asked if the plan would work, expressing deep concern over its deadly risks. However, Sam confidently assured him, vowing to handle everything. When the critical moment arrived, Stonebone must lead their forces into battle. Handing the command whistle to Stonebone, Chen explained that this powerful artifact granted absolute command over the troops. Furthermore, he revealed a secret gift prepared for Sam, which he would present after their victory. Thrilled, Sam beamed with joy. With a sharp smile, Chen issued a final warning. Whenever they saw his signal, they must strike instantly. Wanger, Sam, Stonebone, and Liang prepared to execute the heavy burden Chen had commanded. Internally, Chen cursed their desperately thin ranks, knowing he had absolutely no choice but to assign heavy tasks to even their wounded warriors. Chen then ordered Ayu to have Mia and Langwei construct a massive bonfire outside the wooden house. Yet, he commanded them to hold the flames. Curious, Ayu asked if this grand display was for their impending guests. Chen gave a firm yes, silently praying their trap set 2 days ago would trigger. Time passed until a girl on duty suddenly spotted a massive force from the Coconut Grove clan marching toward their borders. Panic gripped her as she sprinted back, nervously, warning Chen of the enemy's terrifying arrival. Inside the quarters, Ayu was gently tending to his wounds. Soaking in the peace, Chen thought. Such gentle care felt incredibly nice. He swore that once he conquered the Coconut Grove clan, he would have both Lisa and Ayu serve by his side. Hearing the enemy had breached their perimeter, Ayu marched out to fearlessly welcome the invaders. Ayu invited Lisa inside the Grand Palace, declaring their mighty king awaited her presence. Hearing the word palace, Lisa froze, shocked that Chen's pathetic shed had evolved into a magnificent wooden estate. Regaining her composure, Lisa smirked, questioning Ayu if her cowardly king was hiding in fear. She mockingly added that to spare Chen's clan future destruction in the coming days, they would seize a greater meat tribute as compensation today. Lisa smoothly claimed her fierce subordinates simply wished to greet their neighbors, bringing a small army along, hoping they would not terrify Chen's people. Unfazed, Ayu chuckled boldly, revealing their king had already ordered 40 portions of meat prepared. She boldly invited Lisa to step forward and claim the feast, though noting Lisa lacked 40 soldiers. Narrowing her eyes, Lisa tempted Ayu, asking why she didn't join the Coconut Grove clan instead, offering her a place of power by her side. Ayu coldly rejected the offer, declaring her total loyalty had already been captured by her king's absolute might. Brushing off Lisa's kindness, Ayu led the tense invaders to the storage, where the prime meat rested. If they could not carry such wealth, they were free to gorge themselves right on the spot. Pushing her luck, Ayu mockingly offered their warriors aid if the Coconut Grove forces proved too weak to slice their own bounty. Ignoring the taunt, Lisa commanded her hungry troops to feast quietly while she marched inside, to face Chen directly. Stepping inside, Chen offered a warm, imposing welcome. Seeing him command such an elegant hall, a faint blush colored Lisa's cheeks. Fighting to maintain her icy composure, she questioned if this impressive domain truly belonged to him, admitting it looked surprisingly decent. Sensing Lisa's hidden awe at his fortress, Chen seized the chance to further shatter her expectations. Casually, Chen claimed this was merely a temporary shelter. Once his true, majestic palace rose, this pathetic structure would be tossed to the common tribes. Utterly stunned, Lisa gasped, shocked he would waste such luxury on mere subordinates. Unfazed, Chen sighed that it was far too basic, promising them grander stone mansions in the future. In a flash, Lisa whipped out her lethal weapon, tightly binding Chen in its grip. Closing the distance dangerously fast, she loomed over him. Tense, Chen demanded her intentions. Lisa smirked, whispering that no one mastered men better than her. She boasted 1,000 wicked methods to force his absolute, willing surrender of those strange treasures. Smug, Lisa calculated if this seductive threat would finally break him. While Chen's blood raced at the intense proximity, he rigidly maintained an iron expression. Chuckling coldly, he challenged her foolish belief that she could conquer him so easily, questioning if he lacked a deadly backup plan. Yet beneath his fearless facade, pure despair choked Chen's heart. He had absolutely zero defenses left. Chaos had taken over. His lingering, agonizing injuries made direct combat suicidal. And now this terrifying clash pushed him straight into hell. But just as doom approached, salvation arrived. Ayu burst inside, loudly announcing the feast was finally prepared. However, catching Chen and Lisa locked in that compromising, dangerous embrace, Ayu froze in pure shock, screaming that her king must not engage in such wicked acts. Relenting, Lisa withdrew her whip. Chen firmly declared their negotiations over, suggesting they head outside for the grand barbecue. He immediately questioned Ayu if the signal fire blazed. Meanwhile, a suspicious Lisa questioned whether Chen's terrifying ability to resist her lethal charm with a deadpan gaze meant a deadly trap lay waiting, or if he simply wasn't terrified of the Grim Reaper. Compared to the cowardly men of her clan, Chen's dominating aura felt otherworldly. Stepping outside, the fierce women of the Coconut Grove clan gleefully called out, urging Lisa to inspect the perfectly roasted meat. Right after, stepping into the smoke, Chen casually handed pure salt to Ayu, ordering her to bless the enemy troops. Confidently, Ayu offering salt to everyone to enhance their meals. Furious, Lisa demanded to know what Ayu was sprinkling. Ayu calmly replied she could starve if she feared it. Yet, watching her clan devour the food, Lisa understood. Chen smiled at their feast, hoping they would eat enough to buy Sam and Stonebone crucial time. Deep in the wild, Stonebone's tactical squad stalked the Black Bulls. Luong questioned hunting them again with their meat reserves already full. Stonebone growled they weren't here to hunt. He ordered Luang to fall in line. Hangshare signaled. Spears rained down upon the Black Bulls, instantly sending the massive herd into a stampede. Stonebone roared as the beasts charged Sam. Unfazed, Sam bravely leaped from above, driving his spear deep into a bull's neck. He roared in ultimate triumph. The beast was his. The wounded bull thrashed violently. Sam steeled his trembling nerves, refusing to yield. From afar, Hangshare saw the chaotic herd charging east. Stonebone instantly signaled Sam. Realizing the danger, Sam wrenched the beast right, forcing the fierce stampede to violently swerve west. Back at Chen's den, the Coconut Grove warriors feasted in peace. Chen awaited the signal. Suddenly, a panicked Coconut Grove scout sprinted into the den. Lisa demanded answers. Through desperate tears, the scout revealed a nightmare. Enraged Black Bulls were obliterating their camp, and their guards were completely overpowered. Furious, Lisa rallied her warriors to defend their base, swearing to make the monsters pay. Yet dread consumed her. They had always avoided those beasts. What caused this sudden apocalypse? Meanwhile, at the doomed Coconut Grove camp, the warriors were being slaughtered. Their frantic slingshot strikes bounced right off the bulls' thick hides. Forced into deadly close combat to save their sisters, one warrior leaped down, only to face an instant, brutal attack. Just before the fatal blow, Lisa's whip snared the beast's leg. Hope reignited in their eyes. Lisa unleashed her wrath, roaring at the monsters for daring to touch her people. She slammed one beast down, but the titan rose, viciously ramming her. The devastating impact sent her flying, weapon lost. But Chen swooped in, catching her mid-air. He checked her wounds. Defeated, Lisa gasped she was fine, utterly bewildered by this sudden massacre. Nearby, Hangshare, Sam, Lu Tung, and Stonebone faked pure innocence, hiding their guilt over orchestrating this chaos. Chen locked blazing eyes with the beast, growling if they had forgotten true terror. The monster roared, charging Chen, who stood his ground. Did it not recognize him? Was his intimidating cloak, forged from the former Black Bull King, failing? Suddenly, the beast flinched and retreated. Chen smirked, mocking their new alpha. He taunted the beast, calling it pathetic compared to the last one. Since it was here, it would die. Chen's clan unleashed hell as Stonebone ordered Sam to conquer the alpha. Launching off Stonebone, Sam vaulted onto the beast, fighting to tame it. Impressed by Sam's innate combat prowess during the chaos, Chen urged Lisa to retreat. She fiercely refused, staring at the raging herd. Chen blocked her path, warning her she couldn't survive these monsters. With his limited forces, charging in meant absolute death. Lisa froze, crushed by reality. Chen pressed her again to evacuate her clan to his sanctuary. They could heal, rebuild, and reclaim their lands later. He swore on his life to provide absolute safety. Ayu begged Lisa to look at her shattered warriors, too broken to fight. Did she truly want to watch her sisters brutally die in vain? Breaking down, Lisa commanded the Coconut Grove clan to gather their wounded and flee north to Chen's sanctuary. Hearing this, An burned with fury, but swallowed her pride for her queen. She ordered the bleeding survivors to follow Chen. Chen then tasked Ayu to escort the Coconut clan to safety. He and Stonebone would stay and hold the line. Ayu nodded, leading the desperate retreat. Meanwhile, Stonebone's squad fiercely fought. An suddenly joined the fray. Seeing this, Stonebone ordered her to fall back. They had crushed the bulls once before, so there was no need to rush. but An fiercely refused and charged the bulls. Chen told Stonebone to let her fight and focus on crushing the enemy. He believed those girls possessed true courage. By nightfall, the surviving forces returned to Chen's stronghold. A girl named Maya warmly welcomed them. Relieved, she expressed her joy that everyone survived. Maya then asked about Chen's vanguard. Ao explained that Chen had stayed behind, holding the line so the wounded could safely escape. Maya offered the Coconut Grove clan shelter in their newly built cabins. She let out a deep sigh of relief, knowing that if Mia's injured team had not pushed their limits to quickly finish the ride houses, these warrior girls would have nowhere to rest. Later, Ao assured Queen Lisa that her people were safe, fed, and fully protected. There was no need to worry. She gently urged Lisa to finally rest her eyes. Lisa whispered a sincere thank you. Ao exhaled, grateful the transition went well, and recalled Chen's brilliant strategy. He stated the ultimate goal was to subdue the Coconut Grove clan without needless bloodshed. After their brutal war, they could not afford more casualties. Now, only his final masterstroke remained. The next morning, Mia asked Hiju Zhao if the night watch went smoothly. Hiju Zhao nodded confidently, confirming he stood guard all night with zero threats. Elsewhere, An was guarding Lisa's door when a sudden shadow fell over her. Looking up, she realized Mia had silently approached. An demanded her purpose. Mia calmly stated that their king summoned Lisa to his palace for an urgent discussion. Meanwhile, Chen stared intently at his system interface. Heavy tension gripped him. Only 8 days remained to complete his ultimate mission. A heavy knock echoed. It was Lisa, who entered his room. She coldly stated Ao proposed a clan merger, but her answer was an absolute, fierce rejection. She warned Chen not to assume he could force her simply because her Coconut Grove clan was temporarily weakened. Chen smiled, clarifying this was no threat, but a vital trade. He offered to teach her how to build fortresses, craft lethal weapons, and make fire. In return, her clan must unite under his rule. He asked Lisa to accept this pact and stay under his absolute protection. Stepping closer, Chen warned her that survival demands more than just blind courage. He reminded her of the ruthless horrors brought by the Bay clan and the overwhelming might of the Giant Stone clan. Right now, her clan was nothing but bleeding prey. Soon, apex predators would catch their scent and slaughter them. Frustrated, Lisa snapped at Chen to stop talking. She knew the grim reality, but pride ran deep. She could never force her proud Coconut Grove warriors to bow to a stranger. Unless he won a sacred duel, they would absolutely never accept. Lisa demanded if he dared to accept her challenge. A confident smirk crossed Chen's face. He agreed. Outside, Chen faced the warriors. Since their queen was gravely wounded and unable to fight, he would honor absolute fairness by stepping down as well. Instead, Chen announced he would send Stonebone as his champion. The giant laughed, demanding a challenger. An immediately stepped forward, declaring she would crush him. Stonebone smirked, warning the girl not to get shattered by his might. An coldly dared him to survive her lethal eagle strike. The duel erupted. An launched a blindingly fast knife at Stonebone. At first, he chuckled, ready to dodge, but realized his king stood directly in the line of fire. If he moved, Chen would be struck. He blocked the blade with his axe. Suddenly, a second dagger pierced his defense, nicking his helmet. Unharmed but utterly enraged, the giant charged like a savage beast. An was cornered when, suddenly, a rogue warrior broke rank. She hurled a cowardly bone knife at Stonebone's blind spot. At the exact same moment, An swept his legs, crashing him down. Stonebone roared against this dishonorable ambush. With the giant fallen, An gripped her blade and launched a lethal strike at Chen. Bizarrely, the king didn't flinch an inch. He had already anticipated this betrayal. Hanger, concealed in the shadows on the rooftop of Lost, the palace, hurled a heavy spear. It violently slammed into An, grounding her instantly. Seeing their sister fall, the fierce warriors swarmed Tina, screaming. They accused Chen of vile treachery and playing dirty, conspiring to enslave them. Stonebone and Ao gripped their weapons as the killing intent suddenly spiked. The girls begged Lisa for the order, vowing to annihilate everyone. Chen tensed, realizing he had not anticipated this ambush. He wondered if the girls from the Coconut Grove clan sought to spark a war. Chen questioned if this was Lisa's royal order, or a rogue act done without her knowledge. If the queen ordered this, he would take her hostage. But to his shock, Lisa furiously ordered her warriors to halt. She roared, asking if their pathetic scheme could fool her. She refused to betray the allies who saved them. Such despicable acts were vile. Lisa stated that she would ignore who plotted this dark assassination. The duel was their fair loss. She then told Chen that An was their clan's bravest, most loyal warrior. Without deep devotion, An wouldn't have cast aside her proud honor for such a vile deed. Lisa admitted she knew of Chen's remarkable abilities, capable of summoning true miracles. She begged his grace to spare Tina's fading life. In return, the Coconut Grove clan would owe him forever. Chen kept a stern face, but inwardly sighed with relief. It was not the worst outcome. Total control had returned to his grasp. He quickly remembered his mystic healing ointment. He assured Lisa to cast away her fears. He would save An. They were allies now. A frantic girl begged Chen to hurry, as An's life slipped away. Moving to help, Chen decided to forgive Tina's assassination, attempts for the greater good. However, her sins demanded consequences. Thus, Chen chose to apply only a fraction of medicine, just enough to keep An alive, denying her full health. He reserved the rest of the precious ointment for his own battle wounds. After the treatment, he ordered her kin to carry An back to her quarters, swearing she would recover in days. Witnessing this feat, the girls of the Coconut Grove clan praised Chen, treating it as a divine miracle. Chen embraced Lisa, asking if her people would merge into his tribe. Blushing with radiant joy, Lisa granted a wholehearted yes. Chen smiled warmly, declaring she could continue leading her people, provided they obeyed his supreme command. Lisa then confessed her one final request. Chen must become her chosen partner. They needed a ceremony to forge their eternal bond. Hearing this, Chen became overjoyed and blushed deeply. A heavenly gift falling into his lap. He pictured a wedding, exchanging rings, sharing a bridal chamber, and having a daughter. He saw himself watching her grow up, witnessing her wedding, growing old side by side, and entering the afterlife together. Seeing Chen's weird face, Lisa tensely asked what was wrong. Did he reject their partner ceremony? Chen snapped back, quickly swearing that he desired it deeply, pulling her into a tight hug. Chen then urged Lisa to rest and recover. He also needed some time to prep for the ceremony. He ordered everyone to go rest, instructing them to return for the Da ceremony in a few days. Suddenly, his system declared his tribe was officially established, asking him to pick a name. Looking closely, Chen saw the tribe population was 46. He wondered why it was 4 members short. He dubbed them the Newbie Tribe. Chen then strategized a ruthless way to crush the Bei clan, and considered taking Bei clan members as war prisoners. However, he wasn't sure if bound captives would count toward his tribe's population. Suddenly, Chen overheard Coconut Grove clan girls whispering among themselves. They praised Chen's handsome smile, lamenting he'd soon share the horrific fate of men who became Everfidity, partners before butchered to pieces by the queen at the ceremony, and devoured. Chen tensed, fearing this man-eating queen. Was this dark ritual why men were scarce in the Coconut Grove clan? Someone crept up behind Chen, startling his soul. He shrieked, begging them not to harm him. Mia revealed herself and asked why Chen was so scared. Still spooked, Chen demanded what she wanted. Mia then asked if he would truly become the partner of that arrogant woman, Lisa. Chen swallowed hard, admitting he must rethink his choice. He had been reckless in accepting Lisa's ceremony. Mia asked if he was serious. Chen confessed he truly thought that was winning a bride, but Lisa was actually a man-eating praying mantis. Overjoyed, Mia celebrated. But, interrupted, asking why she sneaked out when she should be resting. Mia blushed brightly, shyly, replying that she just wanted to be with Chen. Chen sadly asked to be left alone, suggesting the girls from the Coconut Grove clan could help build the new camp instead. Au agreed, starting to drag a reluctant Mia back. Regardless, Mia begged Chen to think carefully and choose her over Lisa. After that wild ordeal, Chen decided. The next dawn, Chen awoke to peaceful harmony. He decided to discuss the ongoing crisis with Lisa. Everyone got along perfectly, and the Coconut Grove clan even assisted in constructing shelters. Chen then strode toward the farming area where the temporary Coconut Grove refugees had settled. Upon his arrival, An bowed respectfully, questioning if Chen sought an audience with their queen. She rested by the river. An swiftly announced to Lisa that the king had arrived. Lisa immediately dismissed her followers. Left completely alone, she asked if Chen brought urgent news. Chen calmly shook his head, merely checking her battle wounds. She assured him she would fully recover in 2 or 3 days. Lisa then smirked, proposing an early start to their romance. Stiffening, Chen firmly declined and requested her true name. She granted him permission to call her Lisa, a title bestowed by the previous queen. Since her bitter exile, that name remained unspoken. Hearing this, Chen stiffened, realizing his grim choices. Submit or face exile. He feared she might rename her tribe to the Praying Mantis Clan. Chen cautiously asked about the former queen's partner, wondering where they vanished. Lisa coldly revealed they were all devoured. In her clan, a queen consuming her partners was absolute tradition, a bloody ritual to absorb their power. A chill ran down Chen's spine, but relief washed over him when Lisa dismissed the macabre tradition of past queens, swearing she would not continue it. Chen finally exhaled, asking if she had ever consumed human flesh. Lisa clarified her recent ascension meant no partners, thus, 0 opportunities for cannibalism. Satisfied, Chen bid his farewells, turning to prepare for the grand ceremony. Marching back, Chen pondered his fate. If becoming a meal wasn't a threat, he should definitely consider reasoning with Mia. Suddenly, Lisa's chilling voice echoed. While she spared lives now, betrayers would face her absolute wrath. Time flowed on. Chen patrolled their expanding sanctuary, silently observing his surviving. Suddenly, reality struck. Only 7 days remained to complete his mission. He resolved to capture fresh prisoners and secure his objective. Chen instructed Stone Bone regarding his temporary absence. Until he returned, Stone Bone held absolute authority over labor. In case of sudden disaster, a messenger must urgently seek out Chen at the southern shores. The scene cut to the southern beach. Chen froze, absolutely stunned by the grisly sight before him. Had the entire Bay clan been slaughtered? Oblivious dodo birds casually scavenged among the scattered corpses, signaling an eerie, temporary safety. Chen carefully inspected the fallen Bay clan warriors. Their flesh retained elasticity. No stench of decay hung in the air. This devastating massacre had just concluded mere moments ago. Chen noticed the victims' fingers possessed terrifying, razor-sharp claws, matching the deep lacerations on their bodies. Did these aquatic lunatics slaughter their own kind in a frenzied civil war? He desperately needed to locate survivors. Searching the carnage, he found a corpse lacking internal trauma, yet locked in an agonizing death throe. As Chen unraveled the deadly mystery, Sam burst onto the scene, screaming in sheer panic. The Bay clan lunatics were annihilating their base. Heart pounding, Chen sprinted furiously toward his endangered home. Back at the besieged encampment, Stonebone commanded the defensive line, ordering everyone to hold formation and brace for brutal close-quarters combat. A volley of wooden spears rained down, yet the encroaching lunatics simply shrugged them off. As the bloodthirsty horde closed in, Stonebone roared, demanding absolute courage. They had to fight tooth and nail, never letting the madmen drag them down. Once in the mastabo, water, they stood 0 chance of survival. The lunatics launched a feral charge, but were violently halted by a relentless barrage of heavy stones. Suddenly, Queen Lisa's majestic reinforcements crashed into the fray. She demanded answers from Stonebone. Were these monsters truly the Bay clan? Why had this southern tribe abandoned the southern edge to invade their borders? Gripping his weapon, Stonebone confessed utter ignorance. These lunatics were highly erratic, surging wildly from the South River. A savage all-out war ignited instantly, plunging both factions into a blood-soaked melee. The mighty Queen Lisa clashed alongside the Newbie clan warriors, attempting diplomacy with the deranged Bay clan. Met with mindless snarls, she realized a horrifying madness consumed them. While Lisa dueled a savage foe, a towering beast lunged from her blind spot. Chen intervened with overwhelming force. Yet, The beast easily tanked the heavy blow, deeply shocking Chen. Suddenly, two Bei clan members attempted to blindside Chen, but Hanger and Langoi leaped into the fray, knocking them out cold. They declared, to reach their king, the Bei clan had to break through them. Chen praised Hong, Shir, and Langguo's bravery, leaving the lesser freaks in their capable hands. Chen then asked Lisa to guide his people against the swarm. His total focus was required for the formidable enemy blocking his path. Lisa agreed instantly, plunging into battle. Chen declared his absolute faith in their survival until the clash was decided. Facing the giant lunatic, Chen stated that whatever madness infected the Bei clan had absolutely zero connection to his newbie clan. He warned that they hunted the wrong prey. Yet, the giant brute charged blindly. Tension gripped Chen. He roared, demanding to know if this beast had entirely lost its mind. The brute's explosive power left Chen reeling. He wondered how, despite his superhuman strength and agility, he could parry such a devastating blow. He realized he was dangerously fragile against this absolute monster. Since he was surrounded by his allies, unleashing his axe's hidden skill was impossible. This split second of hesitation distracted him from the beast's savage assault. Fangs snapped onto his hand. Chen tore away, surviving only through the Bull King's cloak. Without that supreme defense, those razor-sharp jaws would have shredded his left hand. Enraged, the beast launched a full power strike. Chen narrowly evaded the fatal blow, but the monster violently tore away Chen's cloak instead. Heart-pounding, Chen cursed the brute's terrifying speed. A second slower, and he would have perished. Suddenly, the relentless onslaught ceased. Chen narrowed his eyes, bracing for the unknown. Why the sudden pause? Without warning, the monster retreated. A chilling realization struck Chen as he saw that the brute exclusively targeted the blood-soaked fragment of his cloak. Looking around, he noticed On was deeply cornered by an army of Bei clan foes. The dark truth dawned. The enemy was hunting by the sheer scent of blood. In this frenzied state, they were driven purely by primal instinct. Chen's mind raced, plotting how to exploit this fatal flaw. Right on cue, Sam reappeared, requesting orders. Chen commanded him to immediately grab 2 men and fetch 3 boar cubs from the pen. Sam hesitated, noting those beasts were strictly reserved for future harvests. Chen roared for absolute obedience. Internally, he cursed the Bei clan for forcing this bitter sacrifice of 3 precious boars. He swore brutal vengeance later. Chen then ordered Lisa to pull the wounded from the bloody front line. Sam quickly arrived with the livestock. Chen ordered him to release the cubs toward the river. Once released, the terrified boars sprinted for the water, desperately seeking safety. To escape, Hanger struck instantly, piercing the cubs. At the scent of fresh blood, every frenzied Bei clan lunatic swarmed the bait, violently ripping the boars to shreds. As the brutal massacre unfolded, Chen swiftly commanded his men to lace their spears with paralyzing venom, strictly avoiding vitals. Shockingly, Hanger warned that the feral Bei clan displayed new anomalies. Chen snapped his gaze toward the horde, completely stunned as the twitching monsters began collapsing to the dirt. Furious, Chen demanded if Sam had lethally poisoned the bait. But Sam completely denied it. Dread coiled in Chen's gut. He ordered his warriors to fall back from the beasts and stay highly alert. Chen stared at the chaos, desperate to unravel the Bei clan's dark mystery. The scene shifted to the farmlands hours later. Every defeated foe was securely locked within cages. On ordered guards to remain razor-sharp for any sign of resistance. As the unconscious Bei clan enemies slowly awakened, desperate pleas for help echoed out. On dispatched a scout to summon King Chen. Upon arriving, Chen assessed the bizarre scene. The fallen invaders were miserably begging for water. Chen immediately asked On exactly where the braved Bei clan leader, Hector, was held. On confirmed the commander was strictly isolated, approaching the holding cell. Chen found Hector pleading for a drink. Chen coldly splashed bottled water over him before firmly demanding if the brute could comprehend his words. Hector weakly nodded. Yes. Sensing an opening, Chen delegated the intense interrogation to Au. Au mercifully offered a canteen, urging the captive to drink his fill. Revived Hector desperately begged Chen to hydrate his suffering men. Au calmly promised that the entire clan would be spared, provided they drank. He then pressured Hector for the absolute truth. Tension spiked as Hector bitterly asked why. His clan was violently attacked over mere questions. He admitted hearing rumors of the giant stone clan's highly unusual quirks, but this sheer insanity was beyond belief. Unfazed, Ao sharply asked if the fallen commander was implying been attacked by the giant stone clan. Hector froze in shock, realizing Tor had hidden the truth. Chen's group wasn't the giant stone clan. Ao proudly declared they were the newbie tribe, led by their king, King Chen. Hector scoffed. He had never heard of a newbie tribe. To him, this proved the giant stone clan, exiled them to a barren wasteland. Ao quickly corrected his delusion. Hector was only captured because he invaded their lands. The newbie tribe had zero ties to the giant stone clan. In truth, it was the Bei clan who attacked them like rabid beasts. Hector denied it blindly. He insisted it was impossible, as his memory was a complete blank. Ao pressed the warrior to reveal whatever he could recall. Hector sighed. His clan once thrived near the South Fish. They lived simply, enjoying their daily spars and tribal life. But then, a weeping child approached him. A precious dodo bird had been stolen. Hector urged the boy to fight back and reclaim his pride, assuming the thief was Scaly, or his gang. But the boy shook his head. Bizarre strangers had taken it. Following his gaze, Hector saw that the Onivli intruders belonged to the giant stone clan. Furious, Hector demanded answers. But the enemy leader, completely ignoring him, ordered a ruthless slaughter of the Bei clan. Hector watched in absolute horror as the giant stone clan launched an unprovoked ambush. Why would they attack? He was brutally knocked out during the bloody clash. Awakening later, he found himself caged by the newbie tribe. Chen stepped forward, revealing he had recently scouted his ruined village. No survivors remained. Chen stated bluntly that if they hadn't spared the captured Bei clan warriors, his tribe would be entirely extinct. Hearing this grim truth, Hector fell into deep despair. Crushing guilt overwhelmed him for failing to protect his kin. Suddenly, a strange object slipped from Hector's clothes. Ao retrieved it, handing the mystery leaf to King Chen. Scanning the item with his supreme system, Chen identified it instantly. It was industrial hemp, an herb famous for numbing pain and triggering severe hallucinations when burned. A heavy tension filled Chen's eyes. Could this deadly trick be the giant stone clan's sinister doing? Time passed. The newbie tribe carefully tended to the surviving Bei clan prisoners. Meanwhile, Chen searched every Bei clan captive, uncovering a terrifying pattern. Every warrior held the same strange leaves. Chen recalled Sam's warning. The giant stone clan leader had gained some dark divine power. Now, this so-called god felt like a pure demonic entity. Chen realized the chilling truth. The Loksaft in Day dollars, toxic hemp had driven the Bei clan into a violent frenzy. Was the giant stone clan orchestrating this madness? Their sudden invasion of the newbie tribe's domain could not be a mere accident. If the giant stone clan had ADHD's stone with Osoe, purposefully unleashed the mad Bei clan to destroy them, leaving mutual ruin, it meant one grim reality. The newbie tribe was targeted. They were now a threat destined for extermination. Even the mighty Hector, with his roadies' monstrous strength, was reduced to a mindless puppet. This proved the giant stone clan's terrifying power could never be underestimated. Chen reviewed his system stats. A mere 3 points of strength wouldn't save them now. He desperately needed to level up before true disaster struck. Ao interrupted, warning that Hector was on the edge of total mental collapse. If his mind shattered, all their answers would be lost forever. Chen grimly replied that they had zero time for therapy. Lethal danger lurked in the shadows, ready to strike their camp at any given second. Ao gasped. Was the giant stone clan marching on their main base right now? Chen admitted it. He was complicated. He strongly suspected the enemy used these very leaves to mind control the Bei clan's finest warriors. Their future was entirely unknown. They had to forcefully unlock Hector's blocked memories instantly. Chen ordered Blackstone to stop his endless self-blame. Once anyone forcefully inhales that toxic hallucination, smoke, raw strength becomes utterly useless. Chen then commanded Hector to inspect the leaf. A spark ignited in Hector's eyes. He instantly recognized that foul scent. He vaguely recalled breathing it in while battling those bastards. Yet, during the bloody chaos, it was mixed with other odors. He only felt a stinging, bitter stench. Chen's muscles tightened. Was the Giant Stone clan weaponizing Bo, an entire arsenal of venomous plants? They desperately needed to decode the dark magic of these toxic herbs before planning any counterattack. Hector firmly asked if King Chen would destroy the Giant Stone clan, suggesting his Bei clan warriors join the bloody cause. If he failed to avenge his slaughtered brethren, he would regret it forever. The remaining Bei clan members roared, desperate to claim their vengeance. Blood for their fallen brethren. They would pay any price to secure that vengeance. Chen paused, realizing he needed manpower for his main quest. They were only 4 members short. Suddenly, Hector interrupted his thoughts. He revealed their heightened senses, offering tracking abilities to Chen. They could easily track those deadly herbs. But Chen's gaze remained incredibly sharp. He replied, that exact trait worried him. Despite their tracking skills, their fatal weakness to the scent of blood meant disaster. If the Bei clan lost control again, the fallout would be catastrophic, Hector yelled. Without that toxic smoke, they could suppress their primal instincts. Chen noted their true enemies were the Giant Stone clan. What would happen if those titans unleashed that poisonous smoke during battle? Hector's eyes darkened. If that happened, they would absolutely refuse to fight. Chen looked at Hector. He understood his burning desire for revenge, but blind fury and hatred would only lead to absolute ruin. He doubted Tor would even accept this strategy. Hector fiercely declared that they were the very last survivors of the Bei clan. If Chen granted them vengeance, their lives belonged entirely to him. Chen made his condition clear. If they pledged absolute loyalty to the newbie clan, he solemnly swore to deliver their revenge. However, he warned that not every warrior could personally strike down their foes. Chen asked if they accepted this destiny. Without hesitation, Hector and every remaining Bei clan warrior roared their absolute submission. As Chen turned away, Hector called out one final time. Chen paused. He commanded Ayu and An to shatter the cages. The Bei clan were now their sworn comrades. Instantly, the system chimed. The tribe mission was complete, and glorious quest rewards flooded his interface. He secured 3 attribute points, a massive material chest, and a heritage plaque. Because he finished, within 7 days, a surprise gift package appeared. A wave of absolute relief washed over Chen's mind. The grueling quest was finally over. Without hesitation, he dumped every attribute point into pure strength. A terrifying surge of power erupted within him. Divine energy violently coursed through his mortal body. When the awakening ended, his hair flowed longer. Was this wild transformation a side effect of his overwhelming power boost? Shaking it off, he eagerly tore open the massive material chest to claim his prize. 1 ton of pure hematite. His eyes gleamed. This treasure would let him completely bypass the Bronze Age. The Iron Age awaited. Next, he cracked open the surprise gift package, his heart pounding with high expectations. Inside sat 3 jars of precious hematic ointment. He gasped, realizing this reward far surpassed his previous loot. Chen then summoned the elusive heritage plaque. The glowing artifact revealed a rare civilization product, demanding 10 technology points to unlock. Without blinking, he poured the required points into the artifact. Identification complete. A blinding light faded, leaving Chen with the mystical plaque of sense of modesty. This was a monumental leap for their civilization. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Finally, he wouldn't have to stress over mixed-gender baths. No one was going to peek at Lisa anymore. But celebrations aside, Chen still faced the looming threat of the Giant Stone clan. Suddenly, Ayu approached, freezing in sheer shock at his transformed physique. He was taller and radiating muscular power. Chen nodded, asking what she needed. Ayu nervously suggested a diplomatic mission. Should she negotiate with the Giant Stone clan to resolve this bitter misunderstanding? Chen's gaze turned frigid. There was no misunderstanding. Those giants intended to annihilate them. They were the most terrifying foes the newbie clan had ever faced. Masterful manipulators, they thrived on vicious chaos, pitting rivals against one another. Ayu trembled with fear, asking how their tribe could ever survive this nightmare. Chen's voice was absolute. They had to fortify their defenses, relentlessly hoard food, and avoid the Giant Stone clan at all costs. Until they amassed enough power, the tribe had to strictly conceal their strength in the shadows. Ayu nodded, asking how to manage the 22 new warriors who had just joined. Chen ordered her to split the Bei clan into 3 squads. Their priorities: constructing sturdy shelters, foraging, and forging deadly traps. Ayu tilted her head in confusion. What were traps, and why did they desperately need? Chen smiled sharply. Traps were their ultimate territorial defense. By rigging the battlefield, they could capture live foes or wild beasts, boosting their defenses. He then gave Au an urgent task. With their numbers rapidly growing, they had to secure a long-term food supply. They did parter, simply could not waste any leftover meat. He decided to teach everyone how to make meat jerky. Stonebone arrived, completely stunned by Chen's sudden height and massive muscles. But Chen told him to ignore the change and focus strictly on the mission. Chen then commanded Stonebone, saying he needed him to plant traps across the surrounding mountains. The denser the layout, the better. He noted he had already chosen a team to help Stonebone. Chen would personally teach him how to craft the first trap. However, Chen warned Stonebone that the real challenge was not crafting the traps, but perfectly memorizing their exact locations. Hearing this, Stonebone grew tense, admitting this mission didn't sound thrilling at all. Chen tapped Stonebone's helmet, explaining that trusting him to memorize every 22 single trap location proved his absolute faith in him. It had to remain a strict secret. He warned Stonebone that only the 2 of them would share this burden. No outsiders allowed. Chen ordered Stonebone to constantly rotate the trap-setting teams across different zones. No one could know every single trap layout in any area. If a traitor ever emerged among them, the resulting disaster would be unthinkable. Chen demanded Stone report every trap location once finished. He completely erased the blueprints he used to guide Stonebone. He ordered him to never draw anything down, but to burn the locations into his memory. Stonebone admitted it sounded incredibly difficult, but swore he would live up to the absolute trust Chen had placed upon his shoulders. Chen praised his resolve, telling him to rest before they started their grim work. Under the cover of darkness, Chen placed the modesty plaque outside his home, ensuring everyone saw it as they walked past to learn its crucial lesson. He then told Langu he needed a moment of rest. Stone, Bone, and the Foda squad would find him tonight. If an emergency struck, Langu could wake him inside. Collapsing onto his bed, Chen desperately wondered how much time remained. There was so much left: training elite soldier units, constructing sturdy defenses, organizing patrols, unlocking new technology, and expanding their domain. It felt like an endless mountain of work, but he chose to cherish this rare peace and drifted into sleep. When Chen woke up, he was suddenly inside a modern bar, surrounded by beautiful girls drinking. Chen asked for their names. The girls introduced themselves as Xiaoya, Lily, and Tan. Overjoyed, Chen laughed, admitting he drank too much but was thrilled to finally be home, escaping those terrifying days, surviving in the wild. He enjoyed their sweet company, and after some time, Xiaoya lay next to him, saying it was time to wake up and work. He groaned, swearing he truly could not go on anymore. Suddenly, the voice growled. It wasn't Xiaoya. Chen frantically guessed the others, but was denied. Finally, the voice claimed it was Stonebone. Chen snapped his eyes open, screaming in absolute terror. It turned out to be just a crazy dream. Furious, Chen demanded why Stonebone was in his room. Stonebone replied that Chen ordered him to visit at night, but upon arriving, Chen suddenly grabbed him and started aggressively flirting. Chen was frozen in absolute shock. Thankfully, Langu interrupted, calling it a huge misunderstanding and suggesting they leave to start working. Later on, the scene shifted to Chen actively teaching the group how to craft deadly traps. He built a vicious spike trap as a live example. He explained that since the brutal enemies and monsters they faced were incredibly massive, their traps had to be vastly deep and wide to work properly. Chen then showed how to flawlessly hide the pit using leaves. He heavily emphasized that these spike pits could be easily combined with the tripwire mechanisms he taught earlier, stressing the absolute importance of mixing different trap types together. He also mentioned that Hanger could teach them to build other complex traps. Hearing this, Hanger looked extremely confused, admitting he knew absolutely nothing about traps. Chen then asked Hanger if he recalled the moving targets from spear practice, hinting it was a perfect trap. They just needed to swap the log for a net and attach a trigger. Afterward, Chen tossed the work to Stonebone's crew and rushed back, desperately hoping to resume the sweet dream he just woke from. Yet as he returned to the territory, an eerie silence greeted him. No one was around. Normally, by this time, people would be awake and hard at work. Confused, Chen checked their houses. But the moment he tried entering, the find girls inside screamed at him to go away. When Chen nervously asked what was wrong, the atmosphere turned dead serious. With their garments incomplete, they hesitated to step outside. Hearing this, Chen wondered if it was the subtle influence of the heritage plaque's newfound modesty. He firmly shut the door, granting them half a day to craft new garments. If they failed to emerge by noon, they would face his strict wrath. Approaching the plaque, Chen marveled at its mystical effect. Suddenly, Stonebone rushed over, shouting his name. Turning around, Chen listened as Stonebone revealed a strange discovery made while digging traps. Delighted, Chen declared that he had unearthed flint, a brilliant, game-changing discovery. He explained that this stone unlocked limitless possibilities, especially since it could produce vital sparks when struck with force. Wasting no time, Chen and Stonebone sprinted back to the exact location where the flint was discovered. Upon arrival, Stonebone pointed out the excavation site around the heavy rock. The moment Chen inspected the area, he realized the flint was scarce. This was not a dry, arid, saline alkali land. If it had formed naturally, there could be only one logical explanation. Chen ordered Stonebone to closely examine the dark soil's contents. Obeying immediately, Stonebone noted that the earth here was unnaturally soft. Furthermore, buried within the dirt were strange lumps that clearly were not stones. Foolishly tasting a piece, Stonebone recoiled in pure horror. It was animal dung. Overcome with intense disgust, he spat it out. Meanwhile, Chen's sharp mind had already deduced the truth. A massive buried dung pit lay hidden, deep underground. A chilling puzzle formed in his mind. Could another primitive tribe have occupied this very land, advancing enough to construct primitive toilets? Or, more terrifyingly, was this the abandoned, ancient lair of the giant Stone Clan? Pushing aside his doubts, Chen ordered Stonebone to harvest the flint and bury the site without a single trace. He further commanded them to deploy additional traps nearby and construct towering beacon towers on the highest peaks. Additionally, Chen demanded a strict rotation of lookouts on high alert. Hearing these foreign concepts, Stonebone cried out in utter confusion, struggling to comprehend towers and beacons. 4 days passed. The scene shifted as Chen proudly patrolled his expanding territory, observing the newly erected wooden houses. He smiled, realizing this was their very first step toward true prosperity. Suddenly, Mia charged wildly toward Chen, catching him off guard. He frantically yelled for Languchu's help, but despite their desperate efforts, Mia crashed into him with crushing force. Their collision accidentally shattered a newly built house. Languchu anxiously checked if Chen was unharmed, desperately urging Mia to release her grip. Seeing Chen battered, Mia squeezed tighter, tearfully begging him to survive. After all, they had finally built homes they could not die now. Coughing for air, Chen declared that playtime was officially over. He sternly asked Mia if the housing project was fully complete. Nodding fiercely, Mia confirmed they had constructed 2 solid rows, totaling 10 sturdy houses, perfectly capable of sheltering 50 people. A warm smile broke across Chen's face. He gently patted Mia's head, praising her incredible hard work. However, he warned her against further recklessness, immediately assigning her the penalty of repairing the shattered house. With discipline enforced, Chen shifted his focus toward their vital food reserves. Arriving at the rushing riverbanks, Chen witnessed the Bei clan joyfully harvesting fish from the water. Nearby, Ao and several tribe girls were diligently drying the Yahello, fresh catch. Observing them, Chen realized a profound truth. Compared to harsh construction or digging traps, the Bei clan was born to dominus, conquer the river's depths. Thanks to their aquatic expertise, the newborn tribe had experienced an explosive surge in both the variety and sheer volume of their food supply. Languchu stepped forward, deeply praising Chen's brilliant leadership for securing such a prosperous and thriving life. Staring ahead, Chen accepted the praise, yet doubt lingered regarding his ruthless tactics to subdue the Coconut Grove clan. Was it righteous? What darker deceptions would he need tomorrow? Sensing his master's burden, Languchu fiercely reassured him, urging Chen never to doubt his path. He declared that Chen's supreme command was their absolute will, finding no flaw in their methods. This world was a brutal wasteland where only the strong survived. Countless tribes, both massive and small, were constantly devouring and annihilating one another. Therefore, securing massive victories with minimal casualties was, in truth, an act of profound kindness to both them and the Coconut Grove clan. Smiling proudly, Chen then told Languchu that he had finally awakened the most crucial leadership qualities needed for their perilous journey. Changing the subject, Chen asked Languchu to escort him to inspect the results of their new border defenses. He firmly believed the Bei tribe would continue to deliver shocking surprises, much like the legendary and mysterious Frogman Force. The scene rapidly shifted back to Stonebone's squad, violently toiling away on the traps and beacon towers. Upon arrival, Chen demanded a full report on the defensive layout. Wiping his sweat, Stonebone proudly reported that, following Chen's absolute orders, the mighty beacon towers guarding the west, south, and north were fully constructed. After strategically assigning 6 warriors to be permanently stationed at the towers in rotating shifts, their manpower was heavily depleted. Stonebone heavily sighed, explaining that, to finish before the deadly deadline, they had to scale the rugged mountain before dusk. Nodding gravely, Chen finally understood their severe shortage of lacking men. He decided that from this day on, he and Lang Chu would scale the mountain to assist Stonebone. Stonebone urged Chen not to worry, claiming they could handle it. But Chen insisted. It was a critical period for the tribe, and so, they needed to make every second count. Chen pondered if the Giant Stone clan had inhabited this region before they possessed far superior knowledge of the terrain. He feared that if the Giant Stone clan exploited this vulnerability, their enemy could launch a deadlier surprise attack at night. While the exhausted clan continued their heavy labor, Chen stood, watch. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the West Beacon Tower. A dark, ominous sensation washed over him. He wondered why he cleaning Dai felt this dread. Was he overthinking it? Then, shattering the silence, agonizing screams erupted from the south. Beacon Tower. Startled, Chen turned toward the southern skies, spotting urgent distress signals. With burning fury, Chen roared to the tribe. The South Beacon Tower was under attack. He commanded them to march immediately. Chen sprinted toward Plust, the south. His mind raced. Even with complete knowledge of the trap coordinates and his newfound 2-point agility bonus, it still required at least 5 minutes to reach the South Mountain. He prayed the defenses would hold out during time, those crucial 5 minutes. At the South Tower, Hangshir patrolled. He suddenly spotted triggered traps very close to the tribe's core. How had the enemy infiltrated this deep? Hangshir grew tense, considering the grim possibility that hidden foes had spotted the beacon fire and were moving in for a lethal ambush. He resolved to hunt down these invaders first and strike. Hangshir fiercely charged toward the rustling sounds, violently thrusting his heavy spear. But the shadowy enemy proved formidable. Deflecting the blow, the foe forced Hangshir back. To his horror, the dark figure swiftly closed in to attack, leaving Hangshir zero time to react. He shielded his body in absolute terror. Yet, to his immense relief, the attacker halted the strike. Stepping into the light, it was Chen. Astonished, Hangshir asked why his leader was south. Chen replied with burning urgency. There was zero time to explain. He demanded to know exactly where the traps had been. Triggered. Hangshir nodded firmly, detailing the exact coordinates of the compromised defenses. He admitted that he was the one who ignited the beacon. Chen issued a swift command. Wait for the reinforcements, taking the safe route, and lead them there. Reaching the site of the triggered traps alone, Chen cautiously scanned the shadows. He sensed zero presence nearby. The eerie silence proved this was no wild beast. A dark thought crossed his mind. The trapped intruder wasn't calling for help. Were they alone or completely unconscious? Stepping closer to inspect the snare, Chen went to examine the captive. He was utterly stunned. The prisoner was none other than Lisa. Astonished, he asked what she was doing out here. She was strictly ordered to rest and heal. Flushing with fury, Lisa fiercely scolded Chen for merely standing there asking questions. A smirk crossed Chen's face. He playfully tickled her feet. Lisa, feeling Humiliated, demanded Chen release her from this embarrassing trap. Suddenly, the loud rustling of footsteps approached. Hang Sure and his men had arrived. Lisa hissed furiously at Chen. If anyone witnessed her in this disgraceful state, she swore to make them keep quiet permanently. Chen tensed up, instructing Lisa to stay completely silent while he handled the squad. He barked at his warriors to hold their ground. He warned them fiercely that the perimeter was highly volatile, and closer meant certain death. Hearing this grim warning, Stonebone frowned in confusion. Had their leader fallen into an accosted ambush? He nervously asked if they should charge in to save him. Hangshir shook his head. Judging strictly from Chen's composed voice, he didn't sound like a man in peril. Hangshir cunningly speculated that Chen just didn't want them to witness something private. Stonebone scratched his head, assuming Chen was unwinding after the brutal battle, noting that even the women avoided them during bathing hours. The atmosphere felt strange, though he couldn't quite grasp the underlying truth. Meanwhile, Chen finally freed Lisa from the snare. He chuckled, teasing that he never expected her to fall for such a trick. At least the traps proved highly effective. Lisa scoffed softly, admitting she didn't expect him to master such devious survival tactics. Chen's smile faded into serious curiosity. Why wander in the dead of night? Lisa revealed. She had eavesdropped on the Bay tribe earlier that evening. 2 members of the Bay clan were quietly lamenting their exhaustion. They desperately wished to harvest fish, shrimp, and clams by the seaside to replenish their depleted stamina for work. However, the path to the beach was currently ruled by a savage pack of hyenas. It was far too suicidal to attempt a fishing run under the threat of being mauled. Now staring directly at Chen, Lisa explained her midnight mission. She sought to scout a safer route to the ocean. Chen frowned. He had marched that path many times. There were 0 hyenas roaming there 5 days ago. A dark suspicion crept in. Had a Bay clan member snuck out in? These past few days drove the hyenas into their land. Lisa wondered if the Bay clan had fallen into trouble. She even suggested their execution. Chen swiftly refused, making it clear that wasn't his intention, he explained. His concerns about blind spots in their defense. Chen ordered the immediate formation of border patrols, stressing the absolute need to secure a safe route to the beach. He noted that while fish and shrimp were minor resources, the dodo birds and their eggs were vital. Furthermore, he proposed carving out a salt field. With his mind made up, Chen declared that at first light, they would eradicate those wretched hyenas. Lisa stated she could manage the patrols and hidden sentries, but she urged Chen to rethink his risky plan of fighting the wild hyenas to expand their borders. Chen smirked, teasingly asking if she was worried about him. Blushing, Lisa told him not to flatter himself. She voiced her deep concern that splitting their small forces across 2 territories was sheer madness. She also reminded him that the Giant Stone clan had already raided the beach once. What if those brutes struck again? Chen calmly replied that the Giant Stone clan's previous raid was exactly why. The beach was now relatively secure. He detailed how their main camp, the beach outpost, and the Giant Stone clan on the southwest peak formed a strategic triangle. As long as they maintained a seamless flow of essential goods and vital intel between the outpost and the main camp, they could easily reinforce each other in battle. Lisa confessed she couldn't entirely grasp his tactical vision. Yet, knowing his unwavering resolve, she agreed to follow his lead. Sometime later, Hector, Chen, Langui, and several seasoned warriors of the Marca Bay clan marched toward the spot where the boy had spotted the hyenas. Hector sternly asked the boy if he was absolutely certain about the path, sensing no trace of blood in the air. The boy swore he had crossed paths with the beasts about 2 days prior. Suddenly, a savage hyena lunged at the boy from the shadows, but Hector, moving like lightning, struck it down and saved his life. Yet, before they could react, a massive pack of hyenas encircled them from every direction. Langui yelled a warning, but Chen merely smirked. He declared that with the Bay clan by their side, these mere wild dogs were nothing. Hector then confidently proposed that Chen take the beasts on the left, leaving the right flank entirely to him. The bloodbath began, and the fierce Bay clan easily overwhelmed the mongrels. Chen watched closely, using the chaos to gauge the true strength of his new men. Suddenly, a beast snapped at Chen. Without breaking a sweat, he crushed its neck with one hand. Minutes later, the entire pack was slaughtered. Hector scoffed, disappointed by the lack of a real challenge. Chen told him to let it go and ordered the march to continue. Deep in the wild, Hector revealed this was their old domain. Upon reaching their destination, Chen pointed to a towering cliff. He announced this would be the foundation of their new outpost. He demanded it be built right against the rock face, large enough to house 20 men, with a grand beacon tower erected at the summit. Chen then ordered that once the tower was complete, they must carve out a modest salt evaporation field nearby. He promised to send Hector reinforcements, but made it crystal clear that Hector had only 4 days to finish the entire project. Standing there, Chen suddenly felt like a demanding foreman on a vast site, even though he was the one grinding through the labor. Before departing, Chen ordered his men to instantly light a signal fire if any disaster struck. 3 days passed in a flash. Chen successfully forged a sturdy, wooden bow, unlocking 5 valuable technology points. Just then, Io announced that Sam had returned with an urgent to report. Chen approached Sam, asking if he had discovered any northern tribes to forge alliances with or conquer. Sam replied that he had marched north for over a day but found total desolation. He only stumbled upon a vast lake and an imposing snow-capped mountain nearby. Lurking within those dark waters was a mysterious, terrifying creature. He added that before he could identify the beast, it vanished into the abyss. With the eerie snow-capped peaks looming, dead ahead, he lost his nerve and retreated. Chen burst into laughter, praising Sam for his efforts regardless. He joked that he never expected a seasoned warrior like Sam to fear frozen mountains more than a lurking water monster. Trembling with genuine fear, Sam swore the snow mountains held unspeakable horrors. He asked Chen if he was unaware of the chilling legends. Chen asked what could be so terrifying, but Yu suddenly clung to him in sheer terror. Chen gently asked why the mountains frightened her so much. Io trembled, revealing that the true nightmare wasn't the snow itself, but the giant lurking behind it. Chen soothed her fears, declaring that with him there, she was safe. There was no reason to fear. Suddenly, his system flared with a new quest to hunt the giant, offering 1 attribute point as a reward. Chen froze, wondering why he would get a free point just for spotting a giant. He had risked death fighting a saber-tooth for 2 points, he reasoned. A giant was just a massive creature. Observing from afar shouldn't be too dangerous. But if these giants had civilization, he might even forge an alliance with them. Still, he had to tread carefully. One wrong move meant the total ruin of his tribe. However, this vital diplomatic task couldn't fall to Sam and Ayu. Chen ordered Sam to rest since the PC's Vor grand banquet was in 2 days. Relieved to catch a break, Sam gratefully thanked Chen for sparing him from facing the giant. Ayu reminded Chen that Sam panics in tense situations. Chen calmly replied that it wasn't mere panic. Sam's danger perception vastly outmatched everyone else, keeping him incredibly sharp. That intuition allowed Sam to safely scout the wilds. Changing topics, Chen asked Ayu about the partner ceremony preparations. Ayu confirmed all was ready. Chen then told Ayu to pack survival gear for 4 warriors, planning to lead an elite squad on a brief expedition. Ayu tensed up, asking if his personal involvement meant extreme danger. Chen smiled, saying he was merely scouting the borders. Easing his worries, Chen requested emergency rations, water, and warm gear. He also told Ayu to praise Skinny for the crafted garments. Ayu then asked about their departure time. Since the ceremony was in 2 days, Chen declared he would set out immediately after the feast. 2 days later, Chen stood ready with a newly crafted shield. Forged from dense hardwood and tough cowhide, the shield was extremely light. All warriors could now upgrade their arsenals. Just then, Ayu approached, announcing it was time for him to don the royal attire. Stepping outside in his ceremonial garb, everyone wildly cheered, celebrating his glory. Chen wondered if this grand ceremony was simply a wedding. In his past life, survival was a brutal struggle. Now, he commanded a loyal tribe and had a wife. It felt like an impossible dream. He finally found a true home. Approaching Lisa, Chen declared that whenever he was away, the destiny of the newbie tribe rested in her hands. He announced to his people that, from this day forward, Lisa was the absolute queen of the tribe. The crowd hailed their king and queen Tears streamed down Mia's face, moved by the scene, even though she selfishly wished no one else stood beside their king. As festivities died down and the dark night fell, the tribe wished Chen well and rested. He sighed in relief. The ceremony passed without disaster. Smirking, Ayu whispered that Queen Lisa was waiting in the palace chambers, urging him to hurry inside. Chen's face flushed hot at the thought of his bride, but dread quickly gripped him, recalling her brutal, whip-cracking love language. Swallowing his fear, he marched to the palace, intrigued by the thrills awaiting him. Mustering courage, Chen pushed the doors open, announcing his return. But her freezing glare and the suffocating aura instantly shattered his confidence. Sweating, Chen felt like he stood on an execution block. Lisa coldly offered him one final chance to explain himself. Trembling, Chen asked what she meant. Rising slowly, Lisa cracked her terrifying whip, demanding an end to his act. Terrified, Chen begged for mercy, pleading for gentleness on their wedding night. He bitterly regretted upgrading that cursed whip. Lisa furiously demanded why he was rushing off on a journey right after their vows. Hearing this, Chen's anxiety faded slightly. He softly urged her to calm down, revealing the entire truth, unveiling his strategy. Lisa pressed him to confirm if he truly intended to recruit the giants to crush the Stone Clan. Chen admitted victory wasn't guaranteed. To secure their safety, he planned to bring 3 elite warriors with him. He stressed the expedition's true motive must remain hidden. Frowning, Chen also voiced confusion over Sam and Ayu's deep-rooted terror regarding the giants. Hearing his doubts, Lisa boldly offered to join the mission. Chen firmly rejected the idea. One leader had to guard their home, and more importantly, she had far more crucial duties. Confused, Lisa asked what could be more important. Smirking, Chen revealed a stone sling, saying he would demonstrate its use later. He needed her to train a stone sling team before he returned. The next morning arrived. Chen marched toward the giants' territory alongside Hang Shu, Hector, and Tina. He sang peacefully, but Ayun glared at him with pure rage, terrifying Chen. He wondered if Ayun trailed behind him on purpose, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Chen remained helpless, bound by Lisa's wish. The previous night, Chen had tried to flirt with Lisa, but she snapped, demanding he stop teasing her. She questioned why he ignored the Coconut, Grove or Bay clans when selecting 3 companions. Chen calmly explained his plan to bring Hector, having witnessed the warriors' fierce combat prowess. The beach outpost would temporarily fall under Stonebone's command. Lisa stubbornly claimed she did not care who he chose, but insisted Ayun must go with. She felt truly at ease only with Ayun guarding him. Lisa then approached Chen, reassuring him. She had already taught Ayun a harsh lesson for the last incident. He could rest easy. Back in the way. Present, Chen remained deeply anxious, unable to relax with Ayun stalking behind him. He relied heavily on Hangshu, believing only Hanggu could save him if danger struck. Hanggu muttered that he felt unseen eyes watching them, but quickly brushed it off as mere imagination. Suddenly, Hector asked Chen if he knew about the lake ahead. Chen nodded, confirming Sam had mentioned it earlier. Hector chuckled, guessing Sam had also witnessed the giant beast. In his youth, Hector had watched it swallow a leopard whole in a single breath. Hector felt lucky back then, but now, he fiercely craved a bloody battle with the lake monster. Stunned, Chen thought facing such a beast was pure misfortune. He told Hector that mere lake monsters bored him. Instead, he would be far more thrilled to encounter truly formidable beings like giants. Hearing this, Hangshu panicked, begging Chen not to summon such horrors. Chen clarified he was just joking, asking if giants truly existed. Wangu revealed that before meeting the king, their tribe boasted over 30 strong members. One day, they met a giant. Completely powerless, the clan scattered like ash. Wangu gravely added that, despite his youth back then, no survivor could ever forget that terrifying nightmare. Chen finally understood why Sam and Ao trembled in pure dread at the word giant. Hector suddenly interrupted, for them, warning everyone to avoid the nearby fruits. He recalled eating them in his youth, which brought severe agony. Chen scanned the fruits with his system, confirming they were highly toxic. Realizing these unknown plants might hold hidden value, Chen ordered his system to scan and identify the area. He discovered every single plant possessed potent medicinal traits. Chen stared in awe. The entire forest was a treasure trove of medicine. Suddenly, he spotted something familiar. It was cereal grass. Thrilled to find grain seeds, the system triggered a side quest: plant various grains in massive quantities and cultivate them within a 180-day limit. Chen realized they would finally enter the farming era. Finding clay meant unlocking cooking and herbal medicine. Since the cereal remained immature, he vowed to harvest it later. At that exact moment, a chilling, strange sensation washed over him, and it wasn't Tina's hostility. Hangu pointed ahead. Expecting danger, Chen tensed up, but instead found a leaf with durable fibers, perfect for ropes, fabric, or paper. He praised Hangu for the valuable find, dreaming of better clothes. However, Hangu frantically clarified he wasn't. Pointing at the grass, a sinister rustling echoed from the bushes. When Chen looked over, pure shock struck him. A vicious hyena emerged from the shadows. Chen instantly realized the pack had stalked them from the very beginning. Those unseen eyes belonged to these foul beasts. Realizing the pack might be out for bloody revenge after their last clash, Chen ordered his team to stand their ground. They had to eliminate the threat immediately. The battle erupted. Fueled by fury, Hector charged to slaughter the flesh beasts. Meanwhile, Ayun faced deadly peril as 2 or 3 hyenas lunged at her. Hector effortlessly and intercepted them, declaring it his duty to protect her. Suddenly, the hyenas broke formation. Hector laughed, mocking their cowardly retreat. But Chen roared, commanding his team not to let the beasts escape. Refusing to remain easy targets, they pushed forward to hunt the hyenas down. But Chen quickly realized a grim truth. Even with his agility boosted by 2 points, he could barely match their speed. This pursuit was completely futile. Suddenly, a chilling silence fell behind him. Turning around, Chen froze in absolute shock at the sight of An. She was ensnared by a monstrous, unknown plant. Chen scanned the terrifying creature and uncovered its identity. It was a crimson king flower. This massive plant secreted deadly, corrosive mucus to melt its prey alive. Chen recoiled in horror. It was a vicious, man-eating flower. A heavy tension gripped his chest as he realized. First the saber-toothed tigers, then the giants, and now this. They were drifting further into a deadly unknown. This was no ordinary primitive age. An desperately swung her bone knife, but it slipped from her trembling grip. The blade tumbled into the flower's gaping maw, dissolving instantly. A wave of dread washed over everyone. Chen roared, demanding why Hanger and Hector were just watching. He ordered them to move and save Tina immediately. Hanga yelled back that they were completely trapped too. The strange creature's vines had them firmly locked down. Chen frantically slashed at the deadly vines, screaming for An to hold on just a little longer until he arrived. An cried out, begging Chen to leave her behind. She pleaded with him to rescue Hector and Hanger and just escape. Before Chen could reach her, the terrifying flower swallowed her whole. Boiling with fury, Chen made his choice. He had to save Hector and Hang Sure at least. But suddenly, the hyenas launched a brutal ambush from the rear. Hector fiercely hurled an object to knock the beasts back. He screamed at Chen to stay away from the hyenas' trap. Hang also urged Chen to flee alone. They promised to hold the vicious hyenas off for as long as their bodies could. But Chen refused to yield. He slashed at the creeping vines, realizing the cunning hyenas were exploiting the chaos. In a flash of insight, he noticed the dead trees nearby. Taking a massive gamble, Chen grabbed his flintstone. He struck it fiercely, igniting the dry wood into a blazing inferno. Fire was the ultimate weapon against any beast. As the vines withered in the flames, Chen lunged forward and tore An free from the monster's dissolving jaws. Gasping for air, Chen frantically asked if she could still move. Every second mattered in this deadly survival game. They still had to free Hangshare. With Tina's dress shredded, Chen quickly offered his royal dress to cover her. With everyone finally freed, they dashed through the dark forest. Chen hurled burning flintstones at the trees. A wall of fire erupted, blocking the bloodthirsty hyenas from striking. Then, a sudden spark of hope. Chen spotted a river up ahead. He screamed for everyone to push forward and dive into the water to escape the spreading flames. But a relentless hyena was still hunting An down. Sensing the deadly threat, Chen warned Ayun to watch her back. He sprinted forward, colliding with the massive beast. Chen gritted his teeth, barely holding off its savage fangs. Hector and Hangsha were paralyzed with tension. Chen roared over the roaring flames, ordering them to run to safety. He swore he would follow them, but deep down he knew the beast's stamina could outlast him before the fire arrived. Out of nowhere, a piercing arrow shattered the wind. It struck the beast clean through, killing it instantly. Chen whipped his head around, completely stunned. It was Tina. Her hidden archery talent had finally awakened. Chen urgently asked An if she knew how to wield a bow. She proudly declared she had copied his exact movements. But the toll was heavy. An revealed her twisted ankle and exhausted body. She could no longer escape on her own. She begged them to leave her behind. Chen fiercely rejected her sacrifice, scooped her up, and carried her. He hoisted her on his back and sprinted. Hector yelled at Chen to hurry up as time slipped away. He asked Hanger if he could use his brute strength to carry him. Hanger flatly refused the request. As Chen pushed his physical limits, An suddenly spoke. She admitted she had planned to use this chaos to confront and accuse him. Did he plan the savage bull attack on their Coconut Grove clan? Shocked, Chen desperately asked why she would even think that. Ayun scoffed, fully expecting his complete denial. She revealed a crucial detail. The day those raging bulls invaded, they were already bleeding. Their primitive weapons could never pierce that tough hide. So who dealt the damage? Chen's warriors were terrifyingly skilled against those beasts. It made him the prime suspect in her cautious mind. Knowing the queen would never believe mere suspicion, she chose assassination. An pressed her deadly bone knife right against Chen's throat. She taunted him. He was defenseless. Or he could simply toss her into the raging fire and erase this threat forever. Chen only commanded her to hold on tighter as they neared the edge, making a promise. She could punish him later, however she pleased. Ayun agreed to back down for now, but she swore to watch him closely. If he ever betrayed Lisa or the Coconut Grove clan, she would execute him herself. Chen asked if their truce was settled, accepting her terms. Ayun scoffed, frustrated by his relentless and stubborn pride. Plunging into the water, they barely escaped the blazing inferno. Suddenly, Chen realized a grim truth. With two allies completely immobilized, their hunt for the legendary giant must be delayed. Chen swiftly ordered his crew to fall back to the medicinal patch. They desperately needed more healing herbs to survive. Sometime later, Hangshir let out a sigh of pure relief. The potent herbs erased his agonizing pain completely. Stepping up, Chen ordered the wounded to rest and recover. He and Hector ventured out to harvest more remedies. During their search, Hector froze. The foul stench of hyenas filled the air. Had it lingered from their previous battle? Without warning, Chen spotted a den of tiny cubs ahead. The pack was not seeking vengeance. They were fiercely guarding their precious young. Sensing an opportunity, Chen decided to tame these beasts into loyal hounds, accepting the sudden quest. But as they tried to leave, a deafening roar shattered the silence. Ayun gasped in fear, but Chen froze in dread. Their luck had run dry. A massive bear smashed through the thick forest trees, making Hangshir scream in terror at the man-eating beast. Chen weighed their grim odds. With two wounded, fleeing was a death sentence. He ordered the team to scatter and retreat. He would stall this dark monster himself. Hector and Ayun fiercely protested, but Chen roared at them to obey without question. He warned that they were dead weight right now. They had only one shot at survival, and his word was law. Urgently, Chen ordered Hector to escort Ayun and Hangshir away. As his allies fled, Chen stepped up to fight the apex predator. Standing face to face with the beast, he struck first, but the monster swatted him away like a mere ragdoll, drawing blood. Hector witnessed this crushing blow and panicked. He told the others to secure the cubs while he rushed back to aid his king. Hangshir yelled at Hector to stay back. Having seen Chen's true power with his own eyes, he knew no mortal enemy could crush him. Running back into the battlefield would only drag their leader down. Hangshir urged absolute obedience. Meanwhile, Chen realized his fierce strike had fully locked the beast's aggro. His new plan was to bait the titan away and vanish. Taunting the raging bear into a mad sprint, Chen bolted in the exact opposite direction of his friends to guarantee their escape. After clearing a massive gap, he confirmed his squad was entirely out of the danger zone. Now it was time to shake this monster off. But to his horror, a lethal shadow ambushed him from behind. Chen barely dodged the killing strike, wondering who struck him? A mutant rat? But his blood ran completely cold. Stalking him was the same saber-toothed tiger he had battled upon entering this brutal realm. The ancient feline glared, equally shocked by this reunion. But their standoff broke as the raging bear stormed the clearing. Trapped in a nightmare, Chen knew he could never match the combined might of these apex predators. He debated unleashing the terrifying power of Pangu, yet he knew that such a divine trump card would drain him completely. He might be comatose for days. Furthermore, even if he slaughtered both beasts, his crippled body would be easy prey. If the giant stone clan ambushed his vulnerable state, he would face certain death. As the two titans launched their synchronized assault, Chen desperately dodged, weaving away, to force them to clash. Suddenly, the system flashed red, with a fatal threat warning, instantly triggering emergency escape mode. For 600 seconds, agility spiked by 20 points, shifting raw strength into pure stamina. But this buff carried a curse. Afterward, 33% of his core stats would permanently vanish. As the mode engaged, alien energy erupted through Chen's veins. He vaulted skyward, easily dodging the twin strikes, forcing the monsters to crash violently into each other. Chen marveled at his weightless form and explosive velocity. However, the enraged beasts quickly resumed their deadly chase. Panic hit as Chen bolted through the wild. Why on earth weren't they shredding each other? Minutes later, he finally lost their trail. Catching his breath, Chen felt a sting of regret. The escape mode was incredible, but the permanent penalty was far too steep. Glancing around, he realized he sprinted straight to the snowy peaks. With his buff active, he resumed his hunt for the giant. In a flash, he cleared massive gaps in a single bound. He praised the system mode, entirely grateful it saved his mortal stamina. Across the deep, crushing snow, cresting the summit, a dark silhouette appeared. Could this be the fabled giant? Spotting the colossal figure, Chen's system confirmed his task was complete. He claimed his reward. But now, he faced Phase 2 of the giant quest. Strike the Titan for 10 attribute points. Reading this absurd demand, Chen's fury ignited. Had the system completely malfunctioned? Suddenly, one of the Titan's beasts sensed a presence. Chen instantly merged with the shadows. Still, those 10 attribute points whispered to his ambition. He had to try. Dashing with all his might, he grabbed a stone and hurled it at the colossal beast. The rock sailed through the air, striking its target. It was so pitifully weak the Titan felt nothing. Yet, its loyal beast spotted the projectile. It began growling, sensing an intruder. Meanwhile, Chen's blood pumped with adrenaline. He survived the task, securing those 10 precious attribute points. But the system mercilessly revealed Phase 3. To clear the quest, Chen must slay the Titan alone. The prize? 100 attribute points. Seeing this suicidal challenge, Chen hesitated. The allure of 100 attribute points was insanely tempting. It could completely rewrite his fate forever. He agonizingly weighed the deadly risks. While his mind raced with possibilities, the colossal giant grew. Furious at its growling beasts. Erupting in pure wrath, the Titan smashed the earth, roaring for silence. The devastating impact blasted an avalanche of snow, burying Chen alive. His senses violently short-circuited. This terrifying display gave him a Foting the Seven, chilling taste of the Titan's godlike might. He muttered that even 10,000 attribute points weren't worth throwing his life away. Days later, as dusk fell over the newbie clan territory, the heavy atmosphere thickened. Lisa interrogated the Coconut Grove warriors. Had they found any traces during their night patrol? The scouts lowered their heads, apologizing for their absolute failure. Refusing to yield, Lisa ordered her clan to widen the search perimeter immediately. They must keep hunting, An whispered to prepare for the worst, fearing Chen had perished. Igniting with blazing fury, Lisa sharply snapped at her to shut up. Chen had gambled his life to save them. Suddenly, a panicked scout from the Bei clan rushed in, roaring that their king had returned. As Chen entered the stronghold, the loyal tribe swarmed him, desperate to check his condition. Mia rushed to Chen's side, spotting An right behind him. She demanded to know why the signal beacon remained dark. They could have launched a rescue. An bowed her head, explaining it was King Chen's strict command. He wanted no unnecessary panic regarding his survival. Piercing the crowd, Lisa unleashed a commanding shout. She ordered everyone to back away and let their king Recover. Grabbing Chen's arm, Lisa commanded the warriors to return to their stations. With absolute authority, she firmly declared she would personally tend to his wounds. Her eyes then narrowed with a lethal warning. If anyone dared leak his condition, they would face destruction. Terrified, the crowd instantly obeyed. Inside their quiet quarters, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Sam and his camarades squad had survived. He was even surprised they captured wild hyena cubs. Looking at Lisa, Chen suggested handing the fierce cubs to Sam. The boy needed loyal beasts for future solo hunts. Lisa's eyes flashed with fierce scolding. She demanded Chen focus entirely on his own battered body. No matter his godlike strength, he was still mortal. Chuckling weakly, Chen waved it off. His injuries weren't fatal. He was deeply drained and just needed sleep. Still, he stubbornly insisted on managing the tribe's urgent affairs first. Silencing him, Lisa pinned her leg across his stomach, slowly tracing it downward. She agreed to handle Sam, but sternly reminded her king that he ruled the tribe. He didn't need to shoulder every burden alone. More than anything, she refused to lose her man. Suddenly, Lisa pressed down on his vital weak point. Sweating, Chen tensely begged her to back off. Smirking, she withdrew her leg and commanded him to rest. Left stunned, Chen swallowed hard. His gorgeous ally was clearly becoming dangerously dominating. Stepping outside, Langu anxiously questioned their king's condition. With absolute calm, Lisa declared that Chen was perfectly fine, but demanded absolute silence. No one could disturb him. Back inside, Chen materialized his system interface. He smiled, thrilled by the results. Despite burning 4 attribute points to survive, he gained 10 fresh ones. This deadly gamble was entirely worth the risk. However, raw strength with 0 speed meant nothing in fatal crises. Therefore, skyrocketing his agility was the ultimate key. Without hesitation, Chen poured points into agility. The glowing blue interface confirmed his speed had instantly surged to 5 points. But then, a system bottleneck appeared. Upgrading further now demanded double the attribute cost. Chen narrowed his eyes, calculating the brutal math. If he pushed agility to 10, would he strike another evolution wall? Would the terrifying cost double or even quadruple? If this nightmare penalty stacked, reaching 22 agility points would be absolutely impossible. This sparked a theory. Did every attribute hide these walls? To test this out, he decided to max every stat to its first limit. He pumped points into his stone attribute. Instantly, an explosive pressure erupted. His body felt like it would shatter. His muscles expanded with terrifying force, ripping his clothes as he grew. Glancing down, only 2 attributes remained to. Pushed to his absolute limits, Chen collapsed on the bed. He realized his next attribute must go to stamina, hitting the max threshold. Chen fell into a deep sleep. Sometime later, peace ruled the newbie territory. Lisa stood tall, teaching the tribe how to wield a vise slingshot. In her trial, she struck 6 marks, grazed 1, and missed once. Suddenly, Chen arrived, praising their great progress on their first try. Spotting him, Lisa flared with anger, asking what he was doing instead of resting. Chen swore he was fine, but Lisa's sharp eyes caught his altered pants. Suspecting another woman, she prepared to strike. Panicking, Chen hastily explained that his awakened power simply outgrew his old clothes. He begged for mercy. Calming down, Lisa said the slinger unit was formed, though true mastery required time. Chen quickly asked how Hangshu and On fared with their severe wounds. Lisa revealed that Hangshu refused to rest, hating being a plains burden. Instead, he marched south to guard the beacon. She had tasked On with delivering supplies to the ADZ-2, Hangshu, assuring his safety. Yet, Lisa confessed her deeper worries lay with On. Though On's wounds were lighter, Lisa's earlier scolding left On in a gloomy mood. Hearing this, Chen noted that On cared deeply, silently, enduring hardships for her. She deserved kinder treatment. Chen then stated he must rest again. In just a few days, he had to march north to harvest the invaluable millet crops. Until then, his mind would focus on inventions. 4 days passed. Chen had drawn a precise table of numbers from 1 to 9, ready to teach simple math. Suddenly, the system rewarded Chen 20 points for forging written language. A screen flashed. His technology points hit 100. unlocking a brand new tech shop. This mysterious store let Chen trade his hard-earned points for incredibly useful tools and ancient heritage plaques. All exchanges were absolute. The system projected a massive, glowing catalog of rare resources available for purchase. Thrilled by the overwhelming possibilities before him, Chen scrutinized every option, ready to make his very first legendary exchange. Anticipation grew. What power would he claim first? Meanwhile, the looming threat of the giant Stone Clan's brutal attack and rising tensions with Tina promised explosive conflicts. The wheels of fate were turning. How would it all unfold? The real battle was beginning. Inside the manifested store, Chen meticulously analyzed its contents. He decisively traded 30 points for a sturdy iron cauldron. It was an absolute steal. He chose it not just for divine cooking, but for its pure iron core. Strapped to his back, it acted as impenetrable armor. Bound to his arm, it forged a mighty shield. Yet, its deadliest feature was its lethal combat potential. Overjoyed by his brilliant acquisition, Chen remained oblivious to its loud clanging. Hearing the bizarre noise, Lu Tang feared for his king's safety. He boldly charged inside to uncover the truth. He found Chen doing an absurd, joyful dance with the item. Flustered by the intrusion, Chen hastily claimed he was communing with ancient gods and spirits. Excuses aside, the time had come to test the mighty cauldron. With bare hands, Chen carved out a perfect fire pit, forging a vent for smoke and a hearth for blazing firewood. He mounted the cauldron and brought water to a roaring boil. Suddenly, the system recognized this monumental leap. 10 more technology points flowed into his status. In his past life, Chen respected a brilliant professor who taught him survival secrets. He never imagined those lessons. It would save his life here. As the water bubbled fiercely, Chen tossed in his prime ingredients. Harnessing the sea, he crafted a legendary fish stew. Stirring the rich broth, the system instantly rewarded 10 more points for pioneering culinary arts. This divine meal would taste unimaginably good. Just then, Stonebone rushed in with monumental news. They had finally extracted pure salt by evaporating seawater. This breakthrough earned them immense glory and system points. The magical white crystals elevated their stew's flavor. Thrilled, Chen granted Stonebone the honor of the first taste before returning to duty. The 100 points Chen had spent on the cauldron were already rushing back. It was a masterstroke of absolute profit, changing his fate forever. Following the tasting, Chen commanded Lu Tang to summon the entire tribe. Everyone had to bring their bowls. Tasting such heavenly, flavor-packed fish stew for the first time, they were completely blown away. Mesmerized by the new flavors, the tribe feasted well. Food was plentiful, allowing for extra portions. Mia, who had devoured 2 bowls of soup, fiercely craved more. However, Ao worried that someone might starve. Chen quickly reassured her. The food supply was abundant, and if needed, he could always cook another batch. After all, he had to prepare fresh portions for the guards anyway. The fierce warriors stationed at the outpost deserved a hot meal too. Chen planned to deliver the fish soup personally. He truly cherished guiding this tribe toward greatness. Seeing pure joy on their faces fueled his drive. He silently vowed to teach them to use wooden chopsticks, elevating them to civilized dining. Meanwhile, as the camp devoured their plates, Chen accessed the system. He opened the technology store, hunting for a useful item, stockpiling 100 points. It was time for a wise upgrade: math and farming. Stoves were utterly useless right now, so he dismissed them instantly. But to cultivate the land, he desperately needed precious seeds that his tribe lacked. Suddenly, his system browsing was interrupted. A northern trap had been triggered. With absolutely no human tracks nearby, it was logically a wild beast, and likely still breathing. Out of nowhere, the sudden appearance of Lisa startled Chen, but her ruthless efficiency took over. She commanded the guards to execute the beast, refusing to bother her king with trifles. Annoyed by Chen's distractions, she sought him out herself. Now forced to secure his own home, Chen boldly promised to find new discoveries and transform the tribe. He sealed his loyal vow with a kiss, leaving her completely flustered. Turning his gaze to the trapped animal, a new plan formed. Instead of slaughter, he would tame the beast. Leaving Lisa in charge, he noted that the nettles Hanger brought recently had entirely run out. They needed more. But the ultimate prize was precious millet for their fields. Marching toward the traps, Chen scoured the earth for seeds, finding nothing. Finally arriving, the capture zone was eerily silent. Peering deep into the pit of the trap, a truly shocking sight. It awaited them. The desperate howls from earlier had faded into a menacing, pained snarl. A pierced leg oozed blood. It was another scavenging hyena seeking food. But upon closer inspection, its swollen belly resembled a mother pig. Sam, with his sharp senses, instantly caught the scent of nursing milk. This fierce beast was the mother of their captive cubs. Feeling a strong sense of duty, Chen descended into the pit, ignoring her razor-sharp claws. Binding the beast with heavy ropes, they easily hoisted her up. Weakened by her brutal wound, the fierce predator became as docile as a dog. Chen entrusted her survival to Sam, ordering him to feed the wounded mother. But this task was daunting. The previously caught cubs had stubbornly rejected all meat. Sam frantically tried to figure out a solution, but day by day, the young beasts withered away. Just as Chen feared, taming wild bloodlines was no simple task. Yet, trapping their mother was their ultimate salvation. As soon as they returned home, our hero issued a command to bind the matriarch, force-feed her meat, and reunite her with the starving cubs. Sam sprinted back to execute the order. Chen could only hope these wild beasts wouldn't cause harm in their home, allowing themselves to be tamed. Afterward, Chen entrusted his strongest warrior to check the remaining traps, while he led the rest deeper into the north. As they marched, the amount of feral beasts increased. Fortunately, his plan succeeded. They discovered perfectly ripened wild millet. If he had waited a couple more days, the crop would have rotted. This incredible luck was truly a divine blessing. In addition, with daylight burning, our hero boldly decided to start harvesting rare medicinal infraphyte herbs. Today became a legendary harvest, yielding massive amounts of resources before nightfall. However, at dusk, the apex predators awakened. A familiar bear roar echoed, prompting Chen to order the rest of his team into the bushes. Everyone went deadly quiet, hiding their presence. But the massive beast was terrifyingly fast, closing the distance in a split second. Faced with death, they could have dumped the heavy millet and herbs to flee. Yet, Chen's absolute command forbade retreat. Refusing to waste precious resources, he ordered them to wait. None dared to question his command. Yet, every warrior braced themselves to flee at the first sign of danger. For the tribe, it was crucial to survive. To our hero, their stance looked absurd, almost drawing a laugh. But one must remember that the beast roaming nearby could be their old friend. Sadly, the hunting party grew dangerously, relaxed once the bear's roars faded. Their foolish questions only irritated Chen. To silence their chatter, the leader vowed to feed them to the beast himself if their noise drew it back. However, the creature heard his fierce threat and charged toward them again. It roared in absolute frenzy, smashing into a fight-loaded tree after tree. Unable to stay on its feet, the beast kept collapsing. It had clearly sustained grave injuries somewhere and lost its mind. Seeing this, Stonebone suggested hunting it. Yet, they were not alone in this thought. At a sudden shout, the bleeding bear staggered up and fled the hunters in the opposite direction. This time, it was being chased by warriors of the mountain tribe. The very foes Hector burned to destroy. Blinded by vengeance, he lunged from the brush to chase them down. With reckless fury, Hector nearly blew their cover, but Chen swiftly dragged him back into the shadows. Following applause, sharp rustle, they vanished into hiding once more, catching the sharp gaze of a mountain tribe warrior. Luckily, the enemy ignored the noise to focus on their dying prey. But Hector simply could not grasp his leader's choice. A perfect chance for revenge stood before him, yet he was denied. In such a tense moment, hatred could not cloud their judgment. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming. A reckless strike would mean certain death. Their sole advantage was terrain. The enemy stood exposed while they held the shadows. Even if Hector craved blood, he had to await the perfect opening. For now, he had no choice but to obey Chen's will. Meanwhile, the beast's strength shattered, collapsing right in the clearing center. The man, hunting it, mocked the creature without mercy. He kept kicking the broken beast, forcing it to rise over and over again. Yet, The mountain tribe's chieftain despised this cruelty. The beast had eaten venison laced with deadly, white flowers and suffered a grievous gut wound. It was a miracle it had survived this long. Such raw endurance demanded a warrior's death. Mocking it was beneath their honor. As punishment for his insolence, the hunter was slammed into a tree. The chief commanded his men to fall back, preparing to deliver a swift and merciless execution. To end the beast, he drew a pure obsidian blade, forged from ancient volcanic glass. Hearing of the poison bait shocked our hero. Few primitive minds possessed the cunning to devise such toxic traps. Their intellect was staggering. But suddenly, the system forbade the creature's death, issuing an absolute order: save the beast, forcing him to risk all-out war with the mountain tribe for a monster that had just tried to slaughter them? Pure madness. Yet, the system anticipated his fierce resistance. Rejecting this ultra-rare quest meant losing it forever. The divine interface gave him no room to breathe, forcing an instant choice. Staking his very life, Chen accepted the deadly task. Cursing his miserable luck, he swore at the system while charging toward his target. Fueling his speed with blazing rage, he managed to block the obsidian blade. His explosive entrance shattered the chieftain's grand display of power. By stepping in, our squad boldly stole their kill, inviting deadly wrath. Thrust into extreme peril, Chen had no choice but to trust the system's path, praying this beast's gratitude was worth the gamble. The moment he locked in the quest, the system flashed a secondary objective. The creature suffered from toxic weed and a ruptured gut. To succeed, our hero had exactly 10 minutes to staunch the bleeding and purge the venom. If he failed the countdown, beast would perish. Chen had completely overlooked the fatal toxin in his rush. Scrambling to assess the grim crisis, he realized his goal was just a rescue, not a total bloodbath with the mountain tribe. He deeply understood that clashing with their elite forces was pure suicide. Yet, the clock was ticking, leaving zero time for a lofty, peaceful trade. Meanwhile, the hostile chieftain recognized our hero from his recent clash in the Sea Tribe. His arrogant smirk deeply enraged Hector, a warrior he deemed too weak to even remember. This insult made him grind his teeth, starving for the order to strike. But our hero ignored their taunts. Chen was utterly consumed by the system's relentless alerts, flashing lethal penalties for failure. A cold sweat drenched his entire body. Having his reproductive organs shrink by half was a brutal penalty, even for the system. Panic struck Chen. He immediately feared Lisa would abandon him, leaving him alone with the harvested millet. He refused to end his reign like this. Fury blazed in his eyes. Unleashing his aura upon the enemy, our hero was ready to risk his own life to rescue the beast. But he refused to endanger his comrades, ordering them to prioritize their survival. With those words, the bloody battle began. His team formed a shield, protecting Chen as he treated the bear. Fortunately, he stopped the bleeding in under a minute, but the nightmare just began. His next task was neutralizing an unknown poison. He bore the sole burden of curing this beast, but without his strength in the aftermind battle, his team was losing ground. This fierce clash threatened to end in absolute tragedy. Their defensive lines were breaking as severe wounds stripped away their combat power. Yet, their spirits remained unbroken. They were prepared to fight to the bitter end, buying Chen precious time. Suddenly, the mountain tribe leader halted the free, chaotic fight. The enemy chieftain was deeply impressed. For a ragtag group of wanderers, Chen's team fought with incredible prowess. To reward their valor, he offered a noble compromise. He would spare their lives if they just retreated. But Hector fiercely rejected the offer. His soul burned for vengeance, wanting to settle old grudges right now. He claimed they were just warming up. Despite the dusk, their battle aura remained full of explosive energy. They sought to intimidate foes and calm Chen as he battled the poison. The system's allocated time was draining fast. Chen had only 6 minutes left. Yet, the cure for this deadly toxin still eluded his grasp. Despite their brave words, our hero saw the grim truth. Even the mighty Stonebone was barely standing on his feet. If this continued, mission failure was absolute. Deep in his soul, he could hear the cruel system mocking him, but to survive he would gladly play the clown. Meanwhile, the enemy chieftain accepted their stubborn refusal. With a menacing glare, he bent his knee. Channeling explosive power, he struck the earth. As his foot collided, he unleashed a terrifying shockwave. No one had ever witnessed such an attack. The sheer force froze everyone, paralyzing them. Fortunately, Chen became their shield. Sacrificing his own weapon, he fiercely deflected the wave and kicked up a massive cloud of dust. He had tried to avoid war with this tribe, but destiny forced his hand to intervene. This display of power sparked the chief's curiosity. He demanded the name of the tribe that so fearlessly opposed him. He had dismissed them as mere wanderers. Now he realized how fatally wrong his guess was. Crushing a tiny group with an army went against his pride. Upon learning their true identity, the chief decided to let them live. He vowed to face Chen another day, in a fair duel with equal numbers. For today, the S.A.C. mountain tribe leader was thrilled to meet him. Acting with honor, he retreated, taking the wounded with him. That included the fool thrown into a tree for mocking the bear. The man was too sick, forcing others to carry him. Thus, Chen's newcomer tribe narrowly avoided trouble. Now only one trial remained. They desperately needed to solve the final problem: purging the wicked poison from the bear's body. The beast endured unimaginable torment, and while Chen continued his treatment, the retreating mountain tribe questioned their leader. Why voluntarily surrender prey? This behavior was too strange. But a lack of ginseng explained his decision. They used this plant to strengthen their bodies. Additionally, the supernatural power granted by their sorcerer was almost drained. Chen was no easy opponent. He blocked a strike packing 70% of the chief's full power. Looking at the relaxed posture of our hero, the leader was convinced Chen hid something. Moreover, his unusual weapons possessed a mystic edge, far too sharp for a supposed weak tribe. Inspecting his own obsidian blade, the chief swore to unleash hell in their next battle. Meanwhile, Chen consulted with his battered team. Unfortunately, none of them knew how to neutralize the dope poison. They could only watch in silence. Confused, a few comrades asked why he was saving the bear. They believed it was just another prey they had fought to claim. However, the ticking clock left absolute zero time for explanations. They needed to realize this was a massive life-or-death situation. The system left him only one last attempt. So Chen used honeysuckle and burdock. These herbs had the effect of neutralizing poison, but no one knew if they could beat the dope poison. Using brute force, they opened the beast's mouth and shoved everything they had at hand into it. The protagonist spent his remaining mission time holding his breath, desperately, waiting for a miracle. Time crawled too slowly. Only at the final seconds did the system take pity on the bear and, announcing the beast's stable condition, the bear's life was finally out of danger. They could breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, Hector fiercely demanded to hunt down the retreating mountain tribe, who hadn't gone far. As a wise king, Chen warned that the enemy's true strength remained unknown. If they acted rashly, they would suffer devastating casualties. Even if a miracle granted them victory, it would be a Pyrrhic one. He refused to sacrifice his warriors for blind vengeance. The mountain tribe would return on their own. Until then, they had to strategize and build their combat power. After conveying, for this logic, Chen sent his men back to the village while he guarded the bear. Stonebone was ordered to alert the queen, reinforce patrols, and station sentries against the incoming threat. Left alone with the beast, the night stretched endlessly. Savage predators, drawn by the bear's bloody scent, relentlessly attacked. Chen spent the entire night clashing with these wild beasts. He couldn't believe monster meat could taste so divine, devouring the roast with sheer delight. By dawn, the bear awoke, turning its head toward the mouth-watering aroma. Chen offered the creature a hearty piece of cooked meat, unsure if it even ate cooked food. Just in case, he left a pile of raw rabbits nearby. By the time the embers died, both man and beast had feasted enough and finally rested. Suddenly, the system announced the mission's success. He acquired the bear's loyalty points, ready to distribute to them into his parameters. Following his master plan, Chen directly poured these crucial points into physical strength, shattering his mortal limits and granting him remarkable, monstrous power. Chen reveled in this epic reward. While he rejoiced, the beast offered him a piece of its food. This was its way of swearing absolute loyalty. Our hero accepted the tribute, sharing the meal. Now fully healed, it was time to part ways. But the stubborn giant beast refused to leave his side, almost immediately clamping onto Chen's clothes. Desperate to join the human settlement, it fiercely begged to follow him. Feeding such a massive titan would be costly, but taming a bear would boost his prestige. Despite its clumsiness, Chen accepted the formidable companion, officially naming him Shunda, thus gaining an anta, official spot in the tribe. Full of gratitude, the giant bear joyfully tackled Chen with affectionate licks and then faithfully followed. With a powerful new mount, Chen could safely track the mountain tribe. Sitting atop Shunda, he easily traced the careless footprints left by his fleeing enemies. However, the deeper they ventured, the denser the path became. A vast bamboo forest emerged. This timber was perfect for construction, but more importantly, for crafting explosives. By mixing saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in the exact proportions, he could pack the deadly powder into sturdy bamboo tubes. If they could successfully forge these firecrackers, they could ambush their foes and dominate the decisive battle. Even if the blast lacked lethal force, the deafening roar alone would shatter the enemy's morale. Recently, our star protagonist acquired saltpeter and mastered forging charcoal in a kiln. But there was a major hurdle: finding sulfur. It spawned exclusively near active volcanoes. Opening his system map, Chen quickly pinpointed a volcanic zone near the terrifying glaciated giant. By keeping a safe distance, he could take a calculated risk to survey the precious sulfur deposits. During his last encounter, Chen had frantically fled for his life, ignoring nearby resources. But with Shunda's speed, exploring would be effortless. Finalizing his grand plan, he boldly commanded the bear north toward a legendary site. They charged ahead at full speed, arriving at the exact lake Hector and Sam had previously discovered. Gazing at the landscape, Chen told Shunda he had crossed this dangerous path before. Back then, survival was his only priority. But today offered an epic opportunity for exploration. Creeping toward the shoreline in absolute silence, they eagerly awaited the rumored sea monster. The ominous waters remained eerily calm, just as a disappointed Chen prepared to move on. Shunda tensed and staggered backward. At that exact second, massive air bubbles furiously erupted across the water. A colossal silhouette breached the depths, unleashing an earth-shattering roar as it ascended to the surface. A real Tyrannosaurus emerged, hunting for fresh prey. Strangely, a snapped rope securely tied around its neck proved this apex predator was a tamed beast. This T-Rex was definitely not what Chen had expected to encounter. Beside the bear, he crouched low in the grass. He gauged the massive creature, the collar hanging around its neck meant it was the giant's pet. It must have escaped during its master's slumber. Likely, this was the very monster that terrified the saber-toothed tiger. It left those massive tracks in the forest. A true T-Rex. If this is true, the mountain giant had slumbered for at least 15 days. Regardless, it would be foolish to waste their only escape route. The moment the terrifying beast turned its back on them, Chen ordered Zunda to run toward the mountain. The bear obeyed, venturing deeper into the harsh, snowy biome. However, with every step, the snow grew dangerously thick. They had to halt. If an avalanche suddenly crashed down the mountain, escape would be impossible. To be safe, our hero dismounted Zunda. This greatly worried the loyal beast. Chen decided to walk behind him, guarding his back against sudden danger. To calm Zunda down, he urged him to stay alert. Bringing the bear along was a brilliant move. The sheer force of its massive paws scattered the deep snow, exposing the hidden earth below. Suddenly, Chen's sharp sense of smell caught a distinct, pungent scent. He could never mistake this odor. He immediately tracked its hidden source, the ga. Deeper they dug into the snow, the stronger the scent of burnt matches grew. Though it drained their energy, he uncovered a rich sulfur deposit. This would be crucial against the mountain tribe. Our hero felt overwhelming joy at this rare discovery. With these reserves, explosive firecracker production could begin by tomorrow. After gathering every ounce of the precious resource, Chen loaded it onto Zunda. They finally headed home. Passing the village gates, Sam greeted them with absolute joy. However, the villagers were entirely shocked. No, one expected a massive bear. To prevent panic, our protagonist formally introduced Zunda to the crowd. He ordered everyone to stand down and remain calm. At first, the wild beast terrified them, but moments later, awe replaced fear. Everyone wanted to ride the massive bear. Though Zunda might agree, Chen strictly forbade this bullying. He promised to tame another spirit beast later. After unloading the materials, Chen strictly ordered Au to dry the bamboo, keeping its true purpose a secret. He then noticed Lisa, who stood fearlessly. She gazed closely at the imposing animal. Admiring its power, she felt immense pride for Chen, but her joy was cut short. A scout delivered terrible news. A giant monster had suddenly invaded their sea. It raged near the shore, halting all fishing. Its massive body generated towering, destructive waves so big that they washed away the beach's salt. The fishermen were utterly helpless. Hearing this crisis, our Goza hero calmed the panicked messenger down. He personally marched to the shore to assess the grim situation. Saddled upon Zunda, he reached the coast in mere minutes. Shattered crates washed ashore in the violent surf. The culprit floated nearby. An ichthyosaur, a massive, fish-like marine reptile known for its extreme aggression. Though it reproduces by eggs, this growing beast only desired absolute destruction, stretching to a terrifying, the length of 7 meters. It put Chen on high alert. Letting it escape unpunished was impossible. If the ichthyosaur wasn't stopped, its rampage would doom them all. To win, they had to drag it onto land. There, the beast would lose half its power. Shouting his strategy, Chen charged Sunda into the crashing sea. He struck the savage reptile. The brutal impact threw the bear ashore, exposing the monster's underbelly. In a flash, our hero leaped from his mount. He viciously plunged his battle axe deep into the free reptile's tough flesh. Blood erupted. The enraged beast violently twisted, snapping its massive jaws to drag Chen straight into the dark abyss. The ichthyosaur dove toward the seabed at blinding speed, cutting off his oxygen. Our hero realized he would drown before being devoured. Fighting back, he desperately forced the monster's jaws open with explosive strength. Meanwhile, Xunda relentlessly chased them. Before the reptile swam too deep, the bear dragged its tail toward the beach. The brilliant bear executed Chen's plan perfectly, yet it struggled against the immense aquatic drag. The crushing jaws and burning lungs were overwhelming. Any ordinary man would surrender. Our protagonist was at his limit. Suddenly, a mysterious woman emerged from the dark depths, wielding twin daggers. She unleashed a devastating flurry along the beast's body. Agonized, it finally released Chen. Dark blood instantly dyed the clear ocean a murky crimson, hiding his fierce savior. Deprived of oxygen for too long, our hero's limbs turned numb. Paralyzed in the freezing water, swimming to shore became an absolute impossibility. His fading consciousness lingered on the girl, gracefully swimming through the deadly waters. The next time Chen opened his eyes, he found Junda, and the anxious tribe gathered upon the golden sands. After coughing seawater from his burning lungs, our hero spotted his rescuer perched upon a rock. He called Alana over. She was the sea tribe's greatest swimmer. She hunted these ocean depths and knew exactly where to strike the beast to finish. The entire world knew the sea tribe lacked great intellect, but Alana seemed utterly simple-minded even among her own people. Yet, she had saved his life. So Chen overlooked this flaw and offered his deepest gratitude. His gaze then shifted. Where did she acquire those obsidian daggers? In truth, she claimed them from a hostile invader who trespassed on her tribe's domain. Though Alana answered quickly, she suddenly feared they would steal her weapons. Her battle aura flared, ready to fight. However, bloodshed was avoided. Once Chen's high rank in the settlement was explained, she lowered her guard. It was difficult for her mind to grasp his full legend, but she sensed his genuine desire to save the sea tribe. Convinced of his honor, Alana recounted the dark day the mountain tribe ruthlessly invaded their sacred lands. She had fallen unconscious in the brutal clash. Upon waking, she found her brother Fang and her fellow tribesmen chained within a dark cave. They were treated as mere slaves, forced into agonizing labor. Reaching his breaking point, Brother Fang forged a desperate escape plan. He would strike the guard, toss the weapon to Alana, and let her sever the ropes. She was to leap from the cliff into the raging river. Fang knew this was the only path to her survival. He commanded her to follow his exact orders without hesitation. If the daring escape succeeded, she must find Hector, a man blessed with legendary luck, and survive. With her fierce, battle-hungry nature, she would never endure captivity, let alone devise such tactics. Thus, Fang entrusted her to this ally. Just then, a nearby guard sensed their killing intent and approached to deliver a brutal punishment. His arrogant carelessness sealed his doom. In a flash, Fang struck him down, using the massive carcass he was forced to drag toward the warehouse. With the guard crushed under the weight, Alana seized the blade, plunged into the rushing waters, and vanished downstream. That fateful escape led her straight to the terrifying Leviathan hunting Chen, and reunited her with her Sea Tribe comrades. Analyzing her grim tale, our hero instructed her to head for the camp, where she was fated to meet Hector. However, her warrior pride refused to return empty-handed. Since the colossal marine beast lay dead in the water, they claimed it as spoils. They secured the massive reptile onto Junda, and hauled it across the golden shores, leaving a massive trench in the sand. Suddenly, their journey was interrupted. They crossed paths with Hector and Stone Bone, who were marching to meet their king. Seeing Alana standing before them sent shockwaves through the men. The tale of their reunion was complex, but one terrifying truth emerged. 10 more Sea Tribe warriors remained suffering in captivity. They had to launch a rescue mission before the brutal mountain tribe tortured them to death. But charging in without a strategy meant certain annihilation. Our hero spent precious time suppressing Hector's blazing rage. Suddenly, a pillar of smoke on the mountain shattered his focus. A signal fire, a blazing warning of imminent danger from the western peak. No wild beast, no matter how cunning, could ignite a beacon upon those heights. Chen's instincts screamed of a trap. It made perfect sense. The tyrannical leader of the mountain tribe had sworn a blood oath of vengeance before retreating. This fire meant only one thing. The mountain tribe had marched upon their gates. To confirm this deadly threat, our protagonist had to personally inspect the Dalyu breached borders. Without a second thought, he commanded Stonebone to evacuate the civilians to the impregnable fortress. The warriors rallied, fortifying their defensive lines against the looming invasion. Hector and Alana deployed to the western mountain. They were to reinforce the patrol squad and prepare a lethal ambush. All he had to do was hold the trap lines until Chen arrived with reinforcements. Sprinting back toward the camp, he prayed to the heavens. This blazing signal was merely a false alarm. Fortunately, Lisa stood waiting for him outside the gates. Panic had consumed her over his legendary clash with the shore-dwelling monster. She paced endlessly, plagued by visions of absolute tragedy. Seeing him emerge without a single scratch, she exhaled a heavy breath of relief. She offered him rest, volunteering to scout the battlefield herself. But time was a luxury they no longer possessed. Chen valued her dedication. Yet the crimson signal, fire burned violently in his mind. Even backed by their strongest warriors, Lisa could never suppress Hector's explosive rage. He would blindly charge the mountain tribe leader at any second. Chen had to dominate this battlefield himself. He brought Hanger, Luchu, Sam, and Ayu, battle-tested warriors who had proven their worth. He left the rest of Nus, the settlement's defense and healing duties to Lisa. Recently, Sam had secured a vantage point on a high hill to birdifully observe the battlefield. This allowed her to send reinforcements if danger arose. Although Chen initially did not, "I want to bring more people," Mia fiercely insisted on joining. She had never fought alongside them, and she threatened to follow them regardless. With the orders settled, our hero assigned Liang to protect the queen, and then immediately marched west. By the time they rejoined the squad, darkness had fallen. This shadow should have played right into Chen's hands. At dusk, spotting hidden traps and ambush positions becomes nearly impossible. However, the mountain tribe anticipated this. They marched toward the border with torches, boldly refusing to hide their location. As if sensing the killing intent, the leader halted his tribe right before the death trap. He guessed that Chen was waiting at the border for his prey. He offered to step forward for a fair, honorable duel. Still, no one knew how he sensed our hero's presence, and nobody broke their cover. Instead, the enemy leader explained his tracking methods. The surrounding forest was entirely too quiet. No birds sang, no insects crawled, and no frogs croaked. Only a massive, hidden army could frighten the wild animals out of their natural habitats, exposing the ambush point. But even then, Chen's squad remained hidden in the shadows, forced to use threats. The 18 Axoff chief hated using Chiena power, but he despised playing hide-and-seek even more. Finally, our protagonist stepped out of the ambush, ready to face the enemy head-on. As fate would have it, the mountain tribe was fully surrounded from all sides, leaving them at a massive disadvantage. Yet, the equal number of warriors thrilled the leader. Holding his obsidian blade forward, he joyfully challenged Chen to a duel. Here, he could finally fight freely without 40, holding back his pride. But just as our hero predicted, Hector seized this moment to avenge the Sea Tribe, and, struck at the first opening, lacking principles and pride, he shamelessly launched a vicious attack from behind. Only a few meters separated them from a bloody clash, but a fierce warrior from the mountain tribe refused to allow it. Mimti blocked his path, clashing against Hector with crushing force. Like two stubborn rams, they matched each other in raw power, tearing up the ground beneath them. At first glance, it appeared that MT was losing due to his smaller frame, but his agility was overwhelming. The chief smirked with pride, loudly praising MT for the rescue, allowing him to play with Hector. Finally, MT channeled his explosive power and hurled him into a badass rock, sending a powerful shockwave across the ground. Such terrifying strength scared even Chen. Up until then, Hector had never lost to anyone, so our hero was extremely worried about the clash. At that moment, an enemy warrior stepped under a trap, and Ayu dropped a giant log tied with thick cables. The devastating strike was so powerful it should have crushed him, but he effortlessly swatted the massive log aside like it was nothing. The second mountain warrior displayed monstrous, freakish strength, completely making the protagonist forget about the hidden trap plan. After Hector was repeatedly smashed into a rock, thick blood poured from his mouth. MT was ready to execute his opponent, refusing to lose so easily to some random newcomer. However, Hector simply dodged the blow. Hector was equally stubborn, clinging to life until the bitter end. This time, he grabbed the enemy in a dead grip, dragging him to the river. Hector had a massive advantage there, and Mu knew it. He kicked the hard ground, with pure fury, trying to escape his clutches, but only locked himself in place. At the same time, Alana lunged out of the river to strike from behind. While he was trapped, it would be entirely effortless for her to stab him in the back. But the enemies furiously rejected this. They threw their comrade toward Alana like a ball and knocked her violently back into the water. The mountain tribe was so wild, they would freely leap into an unfavorable environment just to fight. She had to fend off the stranger. While they were having fun, the twin brothers scolded their leader for delaying their bloodbath. MT and Show, how it already started. They didn't care who they now slaughtered. So they locked eyes on our hero, who stood idly by watching his soldiers fail. The twins immediately dashed in his direction to eliminate him as quickly as possible. But their path was blocked by Hangshir and Langu. They had to slaughter the remaining warriors before attacking the king, delaying their fun. Frustrated, the twins quickly divided their targets and agreed that the loser would forever bear the ultimate mark of shame. Risking their very lives, they charged into the fray with psychotic grins, desperate to bathe in the blood of their enemies. Meanwhile, Shuao watched the fierce battle unfold. Unsure of whom to assist, fighting was his sole purpose. To secure victory against these invaders, he sought a weapon. He did not have to look far, as a massive log lay right before him. Tearing it from its bindings, he hoisted it onto his shoulder, shattering the trap. Armed with this devastating weapon, he charged the enemy leader, who was locked in combat with Chen. Chen, frustrated by this sudden intervention, ordered Shuao to find his own opponent. Feeling a surge of disappointment, he obeyed. He sought out MT, but the warrior was already clashing with Hector. Our hero knew Hector could not survive against two powerful foes in his battered state. He instantly lunged to his aid, but the mountain tribe leader blocked his path. The chief swung his blade with all his overwhelming might, forcing Chen back to face him. The furious chieftain was absolutely enraged that Chen looked down on him, ignoring his deadly presence. He launched relentless strikes. Time and again, the obsidian blade aimed for our hero's throat, threatening decapitation. Yet, Chen successfully deflected all of the brutal, devastating attacks. The furious chief sneered, wildly swinging his weapon, warning Chen not to lose focus. During their duel, he craved to witness Chen's true power, to ignite a genuine war of kings. Unfortunately, our hero realized this tyrant would not let him slip away so easily. He was powerless to save Hector right now. At the same time, he called for reinforcements, ordering anyone to intercept Shuao. In that tense moment, Shuao dragged his massive log across the dirt, carving a deep trench. With every passing second, he closed in on Hector, building immense pressure. But before he could strike, his log suddenly grew unbearably heavy, impossible to lift. He glanced back. Just as Mia had promised, she fought under her king's command. Now, she anchored herself firmly to Shuao's giant weapon. As far as raw physical power, she was an absolute monster. Scanning his new opponent from head to toe, Shuao sized Mia up. He lunged forward with his massive arms, aiming to grab her throat and crush her. But suddenly, a lethal arrow pierced his thick limb, tearing his tough flesh. The first strike was instantly followed by a second arrow, aimed straight for his face. To shield his vital eyes, he raised his thick arm, using his dense muscles as an impenetrable shield. Acting as natural armor, he rejoiced at this brutal scenario. He finally had two worthy opponents to crush. Seeing his twisted, joyful expression, the chieftain allowed the chaotic duel to continue, ignoring the unfair odds. If Shuao himself did not mind the handicap, let the beast enjoy his hunt. Returning to the mountain, he would face eternal solitude again. Meanwhile, Sam and Au desperately covered their allies, firing pinpoint strikes at enemy weak points. While Chen and the warriors clashed in this bloody war, they pushed beyond their limits. However, the trap Au used against the bears completely failed against Shuao. He stood firm like an unyielding mountain, totally unfazed, and yanked her right off the rope. Overcoming such a beast required pure brute strength, yet they were trapped in this ambush. All they could do now was distract the beasts. Sam sprinted back to camp for urgent reinforcements, and while Au desperately fought to turn the tides of war with her limited arsenal, Hector relentlessly battered MT. The enemy struggled to break free, raining heavy fists upon Hector's back. But nothing worked. With every crushing blow, the sound echoing from his crushed lungs erupted with an incredibly heavy bass. Unfortunately, those desperate, fierce attacks were so fierce, blood spilled from Hector's mouth. Yet, he refused to stop, violently driving his foe to the water. In order to execute MT swiftly, Hector channeled all his raw strength, hoisted him into the air, and charged toward the river. He intended to test the mountain warrior's swimming skills. Hector was mere steps away from a brutal victory, but the sudden arrival of Alana forced him to halt. She warned him away from the deadly waters. It was too dangerous. The guy she just tossed away lurked beneath, viciously attacking anything in sight. As terrifying proof of this danger, her head was snatched by hidden hands, violently dragging her to the bottom. This sent panic through Hector. However, a minute of worry cost Hector dearly. MT seized the opening, mercilessly striking his vitals, leaving red marks on his gray body. Striking the exact same spots triggered internal bleeding, ultimately bringing him to the ground. However, even in his terrible disadvantage, he refused to release MT. Channeling his last drop of strength into his fist, he abruptly hoisted him up and slammed him over his shoulder, ensuring his skull crashed against the earth. Struck by this fatal blow, a stream of blood spilled from MT's forehead. He instantly lost consciousness, crashing to the ground. Hector himself was no better. Collapsing beside his foe, he tried to focus his vision, but the world heavily blurred. Feeling incredibly through the agony, he entrusted the battle to his tribe, praying for their triumph. Meanwhile, Lu Chu and Hang Shur fiercely clashed against the fierce twins. They had forged a secret technique specifically for this moment, and they were more than eager to test it on the mountain tribe. Executing their plan, they flanked the twins from opposite sides, charging in. Perfect synchronization. Xiao erupted into maniacal laughter, scoffing at their bold assault. To him, he was simply enjoying the pathetic antics of a rookie tribe. Spotting that Lang Gu was far slower than Hang Shur, the twins struck him simultaneously to shatter their formation. The twins showed no mercy, unleashing their most treacherous strikes. And so, in mere seconds, Lang Gu Chu clutched his blinded eyes. Hang Shur refused to watch his comrade fall, instantly sprinting to save his friend. Intercepting the deadly blow, he challenged the twins to face a true warrior instead of tormenting the blind. Without a second thought, He hurled his heavy hunting axe forward, sinking the steel deep into the enemy's shoulder. At last, they stood on equal ground, trading blood for blood. Now completely disarmed, Hangshur knew he could never block a strike from an obsidian blade. Raising a small shield, he made himself the ultimate bait, drawing their murderous glare solely onto himself. Yet, this was merely a fraction of his strategy. Amidst the brutal clash, he carefully counted every single step that would signal Lang Gu to strike. But the fragile shield failed him. The enemy slipped past his guard, driving a blade straight into his stomach, stopping him just 2 steps short. Naturally, the arrogant twins could not fathom why their prey was muttering numbers. But as the final step echoed, the trap slammed shut. Hangshur locked onto the twins' arms with every ounce of Nextine, his remaining strength pinning him in place. The second phase had begun. Lang Gu emerged, knowing a single swing of his massive axe would be enough to slaughter a demon bear. Victory was finally within their grasp. Xiao failed to process the sudden ambush, but the moment Lang Gu's shadow loomed above him, absolute terror seized his soul. Panicking, he desperately thrashed to break free. It was, in that split second, that his brother lunged forward, shoving him to safety and taking his place beneath the descending blade. The green grass slowly turned crimson as Xiao watched his brother's agonizing sacrifice in pure horror. Meanwhile, you desperately fought to assist Mia. Xiao was a sluggish giant, allowing every arrow to strike true. Yet, his monstrously thick skin made him entirely numb to the concept of pain. His massive arm bristled like a porcupine's back from the endless barrage, but the arrows had barely pierced a few centimeters of flesh. This hopeless tactic had to change. Mia strained with all her might just to stay grounded and keep from dropping, the massive log thrashing violently in every direction. Realizing the danger, you frantically searched for a new way to strike. By heaven's grace, the thick rope used to tear the log free was lying just steps away from the chaotic battlefield. You knew her silent signals would be recognized. She unleashed a volley of arrows right toward the rope. Every tribal warrior knew that she never missed her mark in the heat of bloody warfare. Trusting her, Mia bolted straight for the lifeline. Simultaneously, Shou grew utterly confused as the resistance vanished, foolishly thinking his tiny prey no longer wanted to play. However, his delusion was instantly shattered. Mia baited him like a massive toddler, constantly taunting him from his blind spots, while swiftly weaving the rope into a binding trap around his legs. For a fleeting moment, he enjoyed watching her run circles around him, but a catastrophic crash into the dirt violently snapped him back to reality. Mia poured her absolute soul into slamming him to the earth in a single devastating move, roaring in triumphant victory. Elsewhere, another pair of fierce combatants had finally decided the battle's victor, but not Hector. The heavens denied him rest after his grueling fight, as Muti rose from the blood-stained ground with terrifying speed. Cursing his own blinding arrogance for underestimating Hector, who had nearly sent him straight to the underworld, he still refused to yield. Yet, in that exact moment, fate delivered a twist that no prophet could foresee. The giant log that had recently been weaponized flew like a meteor into Muti's skull, launching him back into the abyss of unconsciousness. Now, Hector was finally ready to believe his brother Fang's tales of sheer luck and admit defeat to fate. However, the promised grand war was far from over. The tribal leaders continued their apocalyptic duel, driving each other back with earth-shattering strikes. Their fierce clash dragged on endlessly, leaving their arms completely numb from the impact. Chen knew his body could not endure another devastating blow, but his enemy was equally exhausted. Sensing the fading strength of the mountain tribe leader, the witch's sinister servant presented him with the forbidden red leaves. Under her strict command, he was forced to consume the herb, despite loathing such dishonorable tricks. By burning the mystical leaves, the chief could guarantee his safe return, while the treacherous servant hid from the smoke within the side water, sadistically watching the newcomers writhe in absolute agony. Just before the war erupted, the Dark Witch had warned him of the severe consequences, so the servant urged him to choose wisely to avoid crushing defeat. Our hero instantly realized he had no choice but to silence the voice of reason. He would push his body beyond limits with the red ginseng and awaken Pangu's ancient power to confront the fighting the mountain tribe equally was tough. Red Ginong would have been a massive advantage here, but the leader of the mountain tribe refused to use it. The witch had likely read his proud nature perfectly. So, she strictly ordered her servant to sneak him the herb during battle. Yet, no one dared to ignite it. Chen simply could not let the enemy seize this fatal advantage. He gripped his axe and swung with devastating earth-shattering force. A massive shockwave erupted, snapping the trees behind the leader. The servant survived only because he miraculously sensed the lethal strike and leaped away. Trembling under our hero's piercing gaze, he knew he could delay no more. If his leader refused to light the ginang, he would do it. Snatching a torch, he frantically grabbed the leaves he had dropped in pure terror. He thrust them toward the flames, anticipating the coming bloodbath ahead. But the leader furiously forbade it. With one lightning-fast strike, he severed the stick and killed the flame. He knew this defiance would enrage the witch. When the trembling servant begged for an explanation, the chief coldly replied he saw through his lies. The witch would never issue such a cowardly order. So, he commanded him to return and deliver his defiance. Clutching the crushed leaves in fury, the servant could not believe he was humiliated like this. The journey to the witch was short. He hissed a warning. The chief would face punishment. Chen observed this clash in silence. His destructive aura surged fiercely despite the exhausting, endless battle. In truth, his legs were giving out. After fighting the Asura, he had zero time to recover before he immediately rushed to the border. His divine Pangu power was nearly drained, blurring his vision completely. Chen knew that he could not endure much more. He would be incredibly lucky just to land a single, solid strike on the enemy. But that one blow would knock him unconscious. The exhausted soldiers offered no hope either. Their remaining strength was totally depleted. They could no longer support their king. All Chen could do now was fully rely on his fading strength. He prayed this final strike would hit its mark. If it failed, the fearsome leader of the mountain tribe would effortlessly wipe out the entire settlement forever. However, it was not just the fragile state of his troops that worried him. Had the leader ignited the ginang, his victory would be guaranteed. Yet, instead, he just argued with a servant and tossed the ultimate trump card away. His actions felt completely absurd and illogical. No matter how Chen analyzed it, it made no sense. In times like this, it is better to speak with your fists than waste precious seconds thinking. As long as a single drop of strength remained in your veins, you must seize the opening and crush the enemy leader. Time and time again, Chen launched fierce assaults, desperately trying to crush him. But the chief held his ground. Tracking his steps, the leader smiled, thrilled to fight such a legendary warrior as Chen. He taunted him, demanding to see his absolute limit. Strangely, it was only when both bodies reached total exhaustion that he spotted Chen's bleeding arm. The chief knew he hadn't landed that heavy strike himself. He deduced Chen used a dark sacrificial ritual to boost his combat aura. Knowing this grim truth, the battle suddenly grew 10 times more thrilling. Yet every warrior knew this explosive showdown could not last much longer. The chief himself was at his breaking point. The divine power granted by the witch was rapidly fading. Knowing he couldn't dodge the next strike, he seized the deadly initiative to attack first. All he craved was victory in an honorable duel. If Chen fell, he swore to spare his fragile tribe. This noble warrior's oath earned our hero's deep respect. But Chen refused his pity, unleashing a monstrous roar. The two godlike forces collided, their weapons met, triggering a devastating blast that carved a massive crater. In this chaos, predicting the victor was impossible. They just waited for the storm to settle. Only then did the stunned warriors spot a crushed crater in the rock. The mighty mountain leader lay there, soaked in blood. Complete silence fell. Everyone realized the truth. The newcomers had reclaimed their land. But at that exact moment, the binding ropes around his arms snapped. Absolute agony ripped through Chen. Had this hellish backlash hit just a second earlier, his bloody defeat would be certain. Naturally, the divine Pangu power was his ultimate key in this clash. But the terrifying backlash was brutal. His legs collapsed. He leaned heavily on Awu, who strictly refused to let their king fall. Suddenly, the queen's frantic cries pierced the air. What if the dark witch's minion had returned? Tragically, Chen's life force was fading fast. He could no longer command his army. So, he transferred his command to Lisa. Right before his vision went black, his final desperate thought was of Alana, who had fainted in the cold water. He ordered Ao to save her. While Chen remained unconscious, he was watched over by his guards. Meanwhile, Lisa skillfully commanded the entire tribe in his absence. She only returned to his side at nightfall. But today, when our hero woke up, he saw her half naked. He pretended to stay asleep. He didn't want to embarrass her. But when she suddenly sat on his bed, he could barely contain his racing heart. She traced her fingers across his chest, watching his reaction. When she grew bored, she whispered that she knew he was awake. Lisa had no intention of waking him. She just wanted to play, leaving Chen completely flustered. He instantly sat up, changing the subject as if worried about the tribe. Sadly, even mentioning Alana couldn't stop Lisa. She leaned closer to his face as she said now was no time for questions. Mocking his injuries, she guessed our hero couldn't even move. So, she threatened to test what his broken body could handle. Honestly speaking, Chen had been fully prepared for this moment for a long time. However, he imagined it quite differently. He thought he would proudly give it his all, proving his legendary endurance. But thanks to Lisa's dominance, everything fell apart. He helplessly accepted his fate, shattering his image as a fearless king. Suddenly, the system's unexpected quest struck him like lightning. The mission was titled 7 times in a night. It stated the leader must be the absolute strongest. Furthermore, one of the 7 rounds must last 1 hour. The reward offered 5 gold nuggets. The prize was incredibly tempting, but the devastating penalty would terrify anyone from attempting this quest. If he failed, he'd be forced to completely change his orientation. Rereading this nightmare, the protagonist couldn't fathom succeeding. After his bloody duel with the mountain tribe leader, he hadn't even recovered, not to mention his shattered arm. He was absolutely certain he would die trying. The quest conditions felt like a ridiculous final boss battle, where the hero would rather choose death than face the ultimate. After weighing his dire options, he realized the system allowed him to choose. So, he stubbornly decided to ignore the prompt until it vanished. However, he made one fatal miscalculation. Silence was considered as absolute consent. Screaming in sheer panic and trying to push Lisa away, Chen viciously cursed the system's demonic tasks. Today was truly his darkest hour, denied even a single moment of peace. All he could do was pray for outside help or hope Lisa would mercifully return to her duties. At that exact moment, as if a gift from fate, Shunda crashed through the house. The giant bear snatched Chen. He was more grateful for the plus kidnapping than ever. At least the quest wasn't cancelled because of him. However, when the panicked hero asked the beast to stop, it completely ignored his commands. Shunda dragged Chen deeper into the dark forest, making him fear he'd soon become bear food. If he knew this was his fate, he'd have happily stayed with Lisa, resigned to his doom. He endured the pain of her teeth until he was dumped before a massive cave. He didn't understand why he was brought to this wild forest, or what awaited him. He cautiously scanned the area. However, after the giant bear let out a howl, tiny cubs tumbled from the cave to happily greet their mother. Up until this moment, our hero never imagined Shunda was female. He was utterly shocked that she had time to raise children. At the same time, the system issued a new quest. Influenced by their mother, the 2 cubs were ready to join his settlement. He had to choose whether to accept them. Without doubting his choice for a single minute, he took them under his wing, thus securing reliable protection for his village. In just a few years, these kids would evolve into full-fledged warriors of the tribe. After confirming the system's request, he checked his village population, which had increased by 20. He calculated their military might, including the cubs. Out of 98 people, the original strength was 68. The remaining 30 were 3 man-eating bears. Reaching the 90 mark triggered a new main quest, where Chen must expand to 10 square kilometers and recruit over 300 people in 6 months. It had been a long time since his last main quest. If the system hadn't warned him, he would have completely forgotten. When our hero read the reward, he was delighted. But what did it matter against such impossible tasks? However, he had no choice. It was time to speed up the warriors' battle preparations and teach the rest of the tribe how to farm. Backed by the power of 3 man-eating bears, Chen could finally cast all his lingering worries aside, providing the entire settlement with reliable protection. Saddling up on Shunda, our hero watched the cubs with boredom struck, so he decided to name the cubs. The mother bear perked up with delight at this news. She listened closely to Chen's ideas. However, most nicknames didn't fit these future ferocious apex predators. Destined to tear foes apart, they needed fierce names. He finally settled on the perfect choices. The brown cub became June, and the red one Sunan. The cubs didn't understand the words, but feeling their mother's joy, they snuggled by her side. But peace is fleeting. Soon, the quiet days would end, and he must face a mountain of affairs once more. Checking the system map, Chen smiled as he read the data about the neighboring tribes. It was time to draft an invasion plan. This map was an invaluable strategic asset. He hadn't even approached the western camp, yet the system had already revealed their secrets to him. Guard posts, traps, and terrain were exposed. For the next 2 days, Chen planned to teach newcomers basic farming. Then, he could scout with peace of mind. But right now, his stomach demanded a feast. After the fierce battle with the mountain tribe leader, he craved Eosa meat. He could only hope his people had saved him a slice. Surprisingly, no one dared to touch the beast without their chieftain's blessing. Everyone knew Chen's legendary cooking skills. They patiently waited for his recovery. 3 peaceful days passed. Rest time was over. Chen had to pack his gear and prepare for his bold expedition to the neighboring tribe. He mounted his loyal bear, his increasingly favored battle steed. Ao and Lisa stepped forward to see him off, wishing him victory on his mission. The bear cubs were entrusted to Hang Shur, the designated caretaker of the hyena pups. He ordered Lisa to oversee the warriors, ensuring no fatal accidents occurred with their new catapult. Alana was left to watch over Ayu, whose memories of recent traumatic events were still blurry and fractured. She needed strict supervision. Chen repeated his orders endlessly, until a very annoyed Lisa had enough. She hurriedly shooed him out. Yet, Chen remained deeply worried about Awu. She had obediently planted the millet, exactly as instructed, securing the farmland. However, her eyes carried a lingering shadow of deep sorrow. She desperately wanted to stop his expedition. She even begged to be sent to the foolish mountain tribe instead. Hearing her fears, Lisa intervened. With a monstrous bear at Chen's side, any enemy would be crushed instantly. Worrying was useless. Thanks to Lisa's firm resolve, Chen departed without drama, leaving the settlement, under the queen's command. But Lisa's sharp instincts kicked in. Ao was paying far too much attention to Chen. Lisa monitored the girl's brazen behavior endlessly. But the queen was a master tactician. As Chen vanished, she summoned her elite spies. Their mission? Shadow Chen. Last time that sneaky bear had stolen her husband away. She had to uncover the truth. Was this truly a scouting mission? No matter what happened, it was vital that she never discovered his secret forest cabin. Miles away, Chen suddenly erupted into violent sneezes. A chilling breeze bit his skin. Unable to pinpoint the cold source, he merely blamed his unhealed wounds. He shrugged off the chill and pressed on. Soon, a towering, steep mountain blocked his path, forcing a detour. It cost precious time. While his bear mount searched for an upward path, Chen carefully analyzed the terrain. If given the chance, he too would build a fortress here. The mountain tribe's defensive advantage was absolute. Several routes led to the summit. A frontal assault with the main army, combined with a deadly rear ambush. But just as he visualized his siege, enemy border patrols spotted his massive bear. The guards rushed forward to intercept him. Staying composed, Chen announced his name and boldly demanded an audience with their chieftain. The enemy brought war first. Now, it was Chen's turn. But the guards flatly refused his royal demand. They claimed their leader was busy, threatening violence if he didn't leave immediately. Until this moment, Chen had played nice. But these savages lacked respect. Gripping his axe with a murderous aura, Chen debated slaughtering them here. Suddenly, wretched prisoners in the background caught his sharp gaze. He recalled rumors of chained captives, but this was bizarre. Squinting through the crowd of strangers, Chen recognized the mountain tribe chief and MT. Yet, they were treated like royalty, exempt from heavy labor. Baffled by this sight, Chen commanded Junda forward, scattering the terrified guards. He couldn't fathom what sins a Dalibai chieftain committed to fall so low. Hearing the twisted truth, he understood their brutal customs. The tribe housed a witch. She stripped defeated warriors of divine power, instantly reducing them to mere slaves. Leader. A warrior of terrifying strength had seized control. Now, Chen was forced to negotiate with this usurper. As if summoned by the heavens, the new chieftain appeared on the peak. He glared down with blinding arrogance. Too proud to face Chen directly, he commanded his soldiers to slaughter the intruder. These wild tribesmen possessed chaotic, overwhelming savagery. Surprisingly, they wielded heavy harpoons with lethal precision. Their calloused feet scaled the steep cliffs with ease, granting them absolute high ground. Reaching the halfway mark, they unleashed a storm of deadly steel from above. To block their escape and shield Junda from harm, Chen moved instantly, slicing every flying weapon in half. Yet, blood was still spilled. These merciless savages completely ignored their former comrades, attacking with indiscriminate fury. Only a few survivors, like the deposed leader Jui and Muti, survived by hiding behind thick cargo sacks. However, they were soon forced to confront Chen. Jui knew perfectly well how terrifying Chen's true strength was. Yet, refusing to die like a helpless sacrifice, he bowed to the guards' pressure. Grasping their weapons, they launched a desperate joint strike against Chen. As the violent mountain tribe closed the net, Chen was forced back. Fury burned within him at the cowardice of the Bisa, arrogant new leader. But he had no choice. While the divine power of Pangu could easily crush this entire tribe and clear a path up the mountain, his spiritual energy would drain completely. To secure victory, he needed a flawless battle plan. Refusing to return defeated, Chen vanished into the dense shadows of the surrounding forest. While Sunda happily splashed in the river catching fish, Chen kept a deadly, silent watch over the rest of the tribe's restless guards. They hunted relentlessly, their torches piercing the pitch-black night in a desperate search. Chen analyzed the grim reality. Infiltration was impossible. The true mastermind was no chieftain, but a hidden witch. She lurked in the shadows, controlling them like mere puppets. Killing the current figurehead was useless. Another would instantly take his place. This endless cycle of enemies would eventually exhaust Chen, dooming the new settlement to total ruin. He needed absolute focus. His only path to victory was exposing the witch's hidden lair and assassinating the true puppeteer. Meanwhile, a different kind of slaughter was unfolding across the Baz raging river. Shunda's sharp instincts caught a sudden rustle in the dark bushes. The beast growled fiercely at the noise. Reacting instantly, Chen commanded the bear to take cover. A massive cloud of dust erupted as a terrified Varan burst from the tree line. Dozens of black men swarmed its body, crawling like fleas and biting its flesh. Chen watched in absolute shock. He had never witnessed such a savage method of hunting. In seconds, the giant reptile was shredded like a sieve and crashed violently into the dirt. Startled by their horrifying speed, Chen accidentally brushed a dead branch. The sharp crack echoed loudly through the silent woods. The eerie pack of strangers instantly snapped their heads toward his hidden location. But instead of attacking, they scattered into the shadows like ghosts. It was pure luck that Chen avoided a lethal confrontation. He let out a heavy sigh as the monstrous presence faded. However, this bizarre encounter ignited his burning curiosity. Commanding the giant bear to hold its ground, Chen silently crossed over to the opposite bank to track their retreat. He moved with absolute stealth and blinding speed, yet he completely failed to catch a single glimpse of them. Considering the massive gobies, it made no sense how they vanished so far. It was highly likely their lair was hidden close by, concealing the beast within. But he had no time to investigate. Incredibly quickly, a sudden ambush caught him off guard. A strange woman tickled his body with her fluffy tail. Her beastly ears twitched chaotically, independently of one another as she happily called Chen a naughty boy. However, she had definitely attacked the wrong target. Gazing at his face, she realized she had been hunting an innocent man all along. He possessed zero traits of the werewolf tribe. The wild girl was absolutely stunned by Chen's blinding movement skills, as only werewolves could run so fast. But she had no idea his terrifying agility had nothing to do with this tribe. Chen calmly stepped back, attempting to peacefully defuse the Sans. sudden misunderstanding, but a sudden surge of killing intent from women in camouflage outfits forced him onto high alert. The mysterious pursuers charged violently toward Chen's position. Sensing the lethal danger, the beast girl instantly dismounted, leaping high onto a sturdy branch to evade the incoming slaughter. She cried out in fierce, absolute indignation. Although she recognized Chen as her friend, these brutal attackers showed no mercy. True, it was reckless of her to sprint blindly into hostile territory, but she carried a desperate purpose. Raising her voice, she finally screamed a dire warning about the lurking horrors, the river's edge, warning them to flee far away. Then, she vanished just as swiftly as she had appeared. Now, our hero faced the pursuers alone. These were the very spies Lisa had assigned to Chen. Initially seeking intel on the werewolves, he met only dead ends. Shifting his tactics, he pressed further. How did Fen reach this same forest? Grasping her chin firmly, he ruthlessly forced her gaze to meet his. His piercing eyes burned like searing coals. Humiliated, she wished the earth would swallow her whole, nearly spilling every secret. Yet, she failed to realize his cruel joke. He already knew their true master. Having punished Feng for her stalking, he turned back toward the rushing river. Facing their underwater weakness was a bitter pill to swallow. The currents surged too fast, even for Junda. Chen ordered them to seek another path. However, it was time to return to the bear. Feng and his squad crossed the water easily. Before dawn broke, they hit the mountain pass where night patrols roamed. Sharing his recent intel, Chen tasked them with scouting. They needed to find a hidden mountain route, a secret path to ascend undetected. For now, the mystery of the werewolf girl faded into the background. Priorities shifted toward their strike strategy. One scout needed to hold position by the main road, tracking the patrolman. Barking rapid orders, Chen marched west along the river, vowing to return by tomorrow, before dusk. Moving downstream seemed tactically wise, leading straight to a colossal, roaring waterfall. This was surely the exact spot where Alana had recently evaded capture. Fleeing toward the sea, staring at the cascade, Chen doubted anyone could survive such a towering drop. Yet, with time still on his side, he plotted a stealthy ascent. A relentless dread gnawed at his soul, enemies lurking high above, and a somplight, violent current rushing below. Retreat was impossible. Only death awaited behind him. Weighing every stealth option to bypass the guards, Chen refused to gamble with fate. Taking an alternate route, he pushed through the thick brush. He prayed for divine favor to blind the patrolman's eyes to his presence. But fate had other plans today. Deep within the shadows of the thicket, he stumbled upon a silent squad, marching toward an unknown goal. The crushing darkness hid their faces, but Chen gambled everything, and stalked them. Concealed in the undergrowth, he intercepted their hushed whispers. Doubt clouded the guide, yet they marched blindly behind him. Trapped in this perilous, unwitting scenario, their only remaining hope was to trust this rogue. The guide claimed he had severed all ties with the newcomer tribe, breaking all loyalty. Despite immense dangers, he promised them a safe path. He had secretly mapped out every trap's location. They were lucky to cross his path in this wasteland. Yet, to Chen, the situation felt deeply wrong. Beyond the obvious shadow operation they were pulling in the dead of night, that guide's voice echoed with an eerie familiarity. Only when they stepped into a moonlit clearing did our hero recognize that face. It was Liang, the man guiding the fallen mountain tribe through the traps. Studying his suspicious moves, Chen deduced Liang was a deep cover spy. However, these naive tribesmen lacked the wits to grasp his betrayal. Chen could only marvel at how this traitor discovered their newly laid snares, hidden across the dark forest. Restraining his urge to strike from the shadows, Chen chose to silently tail their squad and watch the chaos unfold. Soon, dawn shattered the night sky. The exiled mountain warriors marched on, baking under hellish sunbeams. Exhaustion crushed their spirits, begging for a moment's rest. But Liang ruthlessly drove them forward, claiming the mountain peak was within grasp. He violently hauled the twins upright, forcing their weary legs to move. Bloodlust for our hero should have fueled their fire, but their flames had died. Miraculously, they conquered a grueling one-day and one-night expedition in just half a day. With divine power, this trek would be child's play. Now, they crawled toward the newcomer tribe using only raw, mortal grit. Gesturing toward the towering watchpost, Luang warned that vigilant guards would descend and Fermuthering after in 21, inevitably expose their ranks. Camouflage was impossible across this wide-open terrain, especially given the size of the How, visible from several kilometers away. Refusing to die in a random thicket, Luang immediately banished the weak back to the mountains for prisoner labor. Weaving a wicked web of psychological manipulation, he tried to lure them toward the newcomer tribe. He rallied their broken spirits, revealing a lethal trap zone lurking nearby. With that, reaching the settlement would be simple. Jui spurred his comrades on from the very start. Slaying Chen was his design. The others merely had to execute it. Yet, if any man truly wished to turn back, they could. When he returned to the witch bearing Chen's severed head, he would surely speak in their favor. But everyone craved divine power for themselves, so they marched onward. Even Xiao, seeking to return with his brother, followed. He knew Jue needed them today more than ever. Meanwhile, on a nearby peak, Hanger scouted the land. At first, he thought starving wanderers approached. But seeing Liang among them, he cried out. He could not grasp why they marched directly into the snare zone. He frantically drew their focus. Hanger yelled out as loudly as he could, showing the safe way back, but got no reply. His blind kindness only ruined Liang's flawless scheme. Had it been anyone else, he would not have tried to save them, but would instead call the patrol to arrest the intruders. Now he could only pray the traps proved reliable, forced to trigger them at all costs. Just then, Liu Tang seemingly tripped a hidden wire, which activated the deadly snare. The earth shook violently, and they plummeted screaming into a deep, spiked abyss. He cared little about the extent of their wounds. He only needed to leave at least one survivor. Through them, Chen could contact the mountain tribe's chief. Now, everything rested on Hanger's swiftness. As his vision faded to black, Liang prayed for the patrolmen who were meant to capture our hero. Yet Chen appeared far earlier. He efficiently dragged out every victim and bound their wounds while waiting for Lisa's backup. He intentionally left them weak, so binding them was utterly unnecessary. Even if they awoke now, they lacked the strength to fight the uninjured guards. Lisa fully agreed with his tactic, even suggesting they be used as her personal slaves. Only Liang, the man who betrayed her, begged to stay in his weakened state. Lisa yearned to whip the vile traitor herself, but Chen blocked her path. They could not pass judgment on him just yet. His true fate would be decided once Liang awoke. However, the rest of the tribe supported her fury. A few captives were enough for questioning. Keeping them all alive was simply needless. Moreover, medical supplies were rapidly dwindling. He could not waste rare resources on actions. Outsiders. Recalling Jui's iron will, everyone knew he would never easily betray his own people. Even as a captive slave, he never lost hope of reclaiming his warrior status and proving his deep loyalty. He shared a profound bond with his tribe and deeply cherished the twins, Miti and Ando. He had sworn to Chen he would not slaughter his men, so Chen wished to return the favor. Despite all the endless demands from Lisa, our hero chose to heal them, hoping that Jui would eventually choose to submit. At the very least, he expected a word of gratitude, having exhausted a vast fortune and rare remedies on them. Thanks to this singular act of mercy, Liu Tong was moved indoors, and the group began interrogating the newly awakened Jui. Chen immediately issued commands, ensuring he took Ju to the village's darkest edge, shielding their tense dialogue from prying ears. From Jui's heavy confession, they learned that the witch remained entirely unseen. All her dark edicts were relayed by a young girl, who even executed the grandest sacrifices. She proclaimed herself the witch's sole envoy, untouched by the deadly curse. According to her, the witch's entire form was bound in cursed sigils, bringing instant death to any intruder. Having witnessed the raw might of divine power with their own eyes, no soul dared question her. Paralyzed by dread, they left the witch's lair entirely, unguarded. Armed with this crucial intel, invading the settlement seemed far simpler than Chen had envisioned. Yet, Collapse, the mountain tribe's new chieftain, remained a fierce threat. Everyone knew his divine-infused strength was unmatched. However, Zhu revealed a fatal flaw. This dark power required a daily sacrifice bathed in sacred flame. Thus, the ritual failed during rain or violent winds, cutting off their divine supply. On such stormy days, the chief and his clan lose their vast strength. The mountain tribe harbored shocking weaknesses their foes remained utterly blind to. All, navigating the mountain trails on rainy days was treacherous. Even veterans who knew the terrain perfectly would refuse to venture into such brutal weather. Fierce winds always brought heavy downpours, requiring immense time to conceal any vulnerabilities. The critical intel Jui handed over to Chen remained strictly confidential. No one could know the truth. Chen could now commend his choices. Jui had officially betrayed the mountain tribe, an outcast where no one would accept him again. Chen offered a place by his side. The proposal was tempting, but Jui instantly rejected it. No matter the person or the dire circumstances, he strictly guarded his secrets. Yet, when speaking with Chen, all barriers fell. He willingly revealed every hidden truth. Jui expressed genuine gratitude to Chen for acknowledging him as a worthy traitor. Still, he could not accept the alliance. However, no one forced his hand. Instead, they returned his gear. He was given a safe haven until the team fully recovered. Now that, two sharp minds had spoken as equals. Chen prayed they would not cross paths as enemies when they clashed next. 5 days drifted by in peaceful harmony. The newcomer tribe rapidly gathered every essential material to craft. Explosive firecrackers, carefully packing bags with volatile ingredients. Lung assisted the crafters. Ao deeply worried about Chen, and could not fathom why a traitor roamed freely through their village. Once they found absolute privacy, she confronted him about the danger. Yet, his only unforgivable sin was the treacherous facade he wore to extract crucial intel from the mountain tribe. He had essentially laid down his life for Chen. There was zero reason to doubt his loyalty. Moreover, Jui departed the camp this morning alongside the remaining squad. They packed rations, water, steel, and basic survival gear. Their destiny forced them to wander through unforgiving foreign lands for an unpredictable duration. Hero granted every possible supply. The rest relied entirely on their own strength. After a solemn farewell, newcomer tribe launched into assault preparations. Lethal weapons, sturdy shields, armor, potent poison, rations, and firecrackers. It was not nations, finally ready. They merely awaited the raging storm, praying to the heavens for fortune. On the final day of preparations for war, the rookie tribe buzzed with frantic energy. While the warriors eagerly distributed their amassed battle resources and gearing up for ultimate victory, Chen fiercely haggled with the system. He felt absolutely outraged. Spending 70 tech points for a mere 3 hemostats felt like sheer robbery. Until then, he believed, the shop prices would remain permanently fixed. Yet, the costs viciously doubled after every single purchase. However, he had no choice. Chen was forced to dance to the system's cruel tune. Awaiting the arrival of his squad commanders, he cursed the absolute scam, but continued buying supplies regardless. Eventually, the leaders arrived. The queen led Stonebone, Hector, Luong, and the rest to forge their battle strategy. First, the vanguard forces were split into ATC, 4 elite units. Hector was commanded to pick 3 trusted subordinate troops and scale the mountain with Feng. Days ago, she successfully pinpointed the captive slave's hidden prison. Her sharp guidance would steer the strike force in the proper direction at the perfect moment. Stonebone took command of the main assault vanguard, destined to charge directly into the mountain tribe's teeth and draw their furious gaze. The remaining defenders would secure the settlement base. As dawn broke, Chen consulted with Lisa to hear her tactical insight. While Stonebone leading the main strike force was a solid strategy, she fiercely opposed the call regarding Liang. Leaving a known traitor inside a defenseless base full of treasures and helpless children felt highly reckless. Yet, no better counterplan surfaced. This time, Chen marched to all-out war with his full might. The children, women, and elders desperately needed a guardian. Besides, Liang's injuries hadn't recovered enough for an inside assault on the enemy. Crucially, blazing resentment toward him still burned within many allies, a harsh truth he fully accepted. By doing this, Chen expertly forged the ultimate test for Luong to prove his redemption, and protect the villagers. No matter what unfolds, their deadly foes this time were the savage mountain tribe. Forcing him into combat half-crippled against them was far too cruel. As Chen and Lisa finalized tactics, the monstrous hurricane they had all anticipated finally struck. Stepping outdoors, the howling winds were undeniably ferocious, yet they noticed a deep moisture heavy in the air. A premature downpour would ruin their ambush completely. Reacting swiftly, Chen ordered his troops to assemble beyond the gates instantly. Upon reaching the roaring waterfall, which formed a tactical blind spot against the enemy, Chen positioned Feng to guard it. Alana lurked silently in a nearby ambush. If anyone tumbled into the rapids, they held rescue duties. He also brought Shunda along as their vital rearguard, fully trusting him to spot any sudden approaching foes. The remaining warriors first forded the river to scale the cliff. Meanwhile, Chen ascended directly to the crest of. He led the mountain assault. His ultimate mission was clear: locate the witch and destroy her, just as they had. Once every warrior took their position, Stonebone ignited a firecracker and hurled it directly at the guards. The deafening blast stunned the enemy, signaling the strike. Every warrior who heard the explosion charged the mountain tribe, crushing them effortlessly. Meanwhile, Collapse emerged, drawn by the roaring sounds of explosions and cries. He instantly ordered a counterattack. To survive the onslaught, Stonebone commanded his Ever-One men to form a shield wall, blocking the deadly harpoons. Their sole objective was to drag Collapse down into the Stina dirt. Until then, retreat was forbidden. The mountain tribe soon realized the sheer difficulty of battling so many foes, so they stalled for reinforcements. Today, Collapse lacked divine power. He had no choice but to wait for the captives to exhaust Stonebone's squad. Only then would the remaining fighters engage. At the same time, while the vanguard distracted the main force of the mountain tribe, Hector positioned himself high atop the rushing waterfall. He lay in perfect ambush, ready to strike the guards who chained the Sea Tribe members and forced them across the deadly mountain. The brutal clash became a fight for survival. Collapse praised their resolve to stay, yet he was deeply confused. Why hadn't the prisoners arrived yet? With each passing minute, the newcomer tribe pushed deeper into the mountain's core. Because of this, Collapse could not delay any longer. Under his frantic orders, the reserve troops plunged into battle, starting to drive Stonebone toward the exit. Bolstered by fresh reinforcements, fighting the horde grew much easier, and Stonebone used his own flesh to shield the wounded, buying them time to reach safety. However, the crushing blows were far too devastating. His shield failed to absorb the relentless strikes. Taking yet another heavy hit, Stonebone violently coughed up blood. He endured the beating like a shield. Seeing that the injured were finally running away, he snatched a healing potion and fell back. Fortunately, Lisa and the other women manned the second line of defense. As the main group passed by, they fired 12 explosives into the sky. Through this clever tactic, they blocked the enemy's path, granting their soldiers an impenetrable wall of defense. Stonebone instantly drank the medicine and rapidly reformed their ranks, knowing the next clash would decide their fate. Meanwhile, Chen reached the exact location where the witch was reportedly hiding. He descended into the dark cavern. Just as Jui said, eerie symbols and menacing wooden stakes guarded the area, terrifying all who neared. However, the moment the main character reached the entrance, a sickeningly sweet scent wafted from the depths. Stepping inside, he found countless barrels overflowing with honey. A loud ringing voice echoed out, demanding Chen leave an offering and flee before the witch cursed him. Hearing this bluff, our hero deduced that the booming voice belonged to a mere little girl. He swiftly marched straight toward the sound, but she refused to surrender so easily. The child hid among the wooden barrels, cleverly shifting her position. But suddenly, she grew furious. Screaming in an emotional outburst, she bitterly accused Chen of sheer stupidity. She had never seen a man bold enough to defy the witch's curse. Watching her arrogant behavior, Chen suspected she might truly be the witch herself, playing a trick on the mountain tribe. He dashed toward her to stop her from making any more noise. He struck her head, threw her over his shoulder, and rushed to exit the cave immediately. The mountain tribe had never seen their witch's true face. Even if our hero executed this girl, they would never believe that. Their witch was dead. But this anonymity made her the perfect blackmail tool. Just at that moment, heavy rain poured from the heavens, reducing the solid ground to thick mud. The bloody war raged on. Stonebone tried to keep morale high, swearing that Chen would return soon. But instead of their leader, a massive wave of Sea Tribe warriors rushed in. Hector had successfully broken their chains. Once freed, these furious fighters had to collapse. They charged into the bloodbath without hesitation. It was time to exact brutal revenge for their pain and pay them back in full. They perfectly encircled the foes, mercilessly striking those who dared attack the newcomer tribe. Through stubborn willpower, they held the line until a body plummeted off the cliff. This was Chen's dramatic entrance, signaling the battle's end. Their feared witch was dead. No dark magic could save them now. Chen forced the witch's mask onto a mountain tribe man, then threw him to the dirt. The enemy's morale shattered instantly, terrified of her legendary curse. Screaming in horror, they started to. His warriors scattered in all directions, fleeing in total disgrace. This left Collapse utterly alone, so it was. No wonder he was furious. He attacked Lisa, desperate to wound the queen. Her whip posed no threat, so Collapse hurled his mace at her and chased the soldiers. Luckily, Stonebone sensed the danger and immediately shielded her, barely keeping her upright. Though heavy exhaustion weighed on everyone, Lisa still wanted to capture Collapse, knowing their tribe could never survive without a leader. However, Chen strictly forbade pursuit. Most members of the five mountain tribe were badly wounded and unable to fight. Thus, the protagonist declared absolute victory and led his troops home. He was forced to use his absolute last emergency bottle of healing ointment, but that was no problem if it safely saved a life. Yet, no war truly ends without casualties. 5 soldiers from his army and 4 prisoners fell during the fierce assault. Chen ordered them buried in the northern forest, right at the foot of the Soft, a mountain. Despite the tragic losses, the population grew by 20. This time, 25 people from the mountain tribe joined him, which was too few. In the near future, battles would only grow more brutal, and the total number killed would drastically multiply. The system deliberately forced him to take such risks, but it was worth it. And while he reviewed the village statistics, his new captive screamed at the entire camp. Bound tightly to a solid tree, the fierce witch threatened to bury anyone who touched her, including Chen. Watching her stubbornly scream and flounder, on the ropes, the protagonist called Awu, who had experience with stubborn children. Luckily, he was right, and the angry girl calmed down with some treats. Ao used licorice root, which grew thickly near the camp, and offered to cooperate for more treats. Now, even Chen could safely approach the satisfied witch. After receiving a portion of Continia, leaves from Ao, he was absolutely certain she would listen and fully answer all his burning questions. However, he never imagined she would violently lunge and bite his hand if he got too close. It was her petty revenge for the heavy blow to her head. Refusing to be fooled by a simple herb, she boldly demanded a massive mountain of honey in exchange for answers. No matter how loud she was, Chen felt no threat from her, and confidently promised to provide endless honey for the rest of her life. Once they completely agreed, the protagonist untied her wrists and sat down beside her. Although this new camp was far from perfect, she knew she could eventually adapt. To her, the only thing was never returning to her father, who belonged to a fearsome werewolf tribe. She had learned dark magic from him, constantly watching his dark rituals. His power was so massive he could turn a person into a true wolf. Once, he, like the rest of the tribe, was just an ordinary man granted his powers by another leader. Everyone had to go through this cursed rite. Luckily, she and several other girls avoided this tragic fate. They were selected to serve the leader. But Xiaoyu fiercely refused to live in that rotting werewolf tribe and fled. No one expected to hear such a dark story. Now, Chen realized the danger the stranger mentioned, deciding not to provoke such a powerful tribe, leaving them for last. Time vanished during the talks of Xiaoyu's life. Soon, it was evening, the perfect time when she could finally eat a real meal. Sitting around a massive campfire, he cooked her a juicy piece of meat and suggested she rest while she had the chance. Since the child arrived, Chen began spending much more time with Lisa, so she was incredibly happy. However, across the crackling campfire, Mia was speaking with Ao, who had beautifully dressed up in a stunning dress, wearing a floral wreath on her head. This was her preparation for a night meeting with Chen, which Mia instantly recognized. However, the winner wouldn't be the one wearing the finest clothes, but the one who runs to our hero first. At blinding speed, Mia dashed through the fire, shocking Chen, who was calmly talking to Xia Yu, completely unprepared for such a wild turn of events. To see what happens next, do not forget to subscribe to our channel and like the video.